Hello everyone and welcome back. Now, I do apologize for the lack of uploads as of late, but life always finds a way to be a thorn in my side, so I have to put some of my passions behind, let's put it that way. But anyway, as you may have read from the video title, I decided today to do a little something that I, in all honesty, should have done a couple of years ago by the time that one series was over and done with, but today I do intend to correct that mistake. Let's just say that. So, welcome one and all to the movie of my Nocturne No Fusion Challenge run. To make an extremely long story short, this video will contain all 20 episodes from my original series compiled in a single video. Now, the quality of the videos may be a little lower compared to what it used to be in the original videos since I was forced to download the videos once they were uploaded. I did unfortunately lost the original footage. Because of that, the quality might be a little lower, but it's still enjoyable nonetheless. Oh, and since I have most likely cut them out of the video, a quick refresher on what were the rules for this challenge run. First and foremost, no demon fusion allowed. Recruiting via talk commands and demon compendiums were okay. The second one, hard mode. Third rule, evolving demons is allowed. Fourth rule, items, buffs, and debuffs are allowed, although I would say I tried not to abuse them, something I have most likely failed with. And rule number 5, I had to go for the true demon ending. That's it. That's all I had to do. That being said, I seriously do hope you're going to be enjoying this as much as I have enjoyed making it, and enjoy this little movie I've put together for you. As soon as the game boots up, we choose hard as our difficulty, meet with our teacher Yuko Takao in what seems to be an oniric scene, name our character how we see fit. For this run, main character aside, I will use the original names for the characters you can name. Then we start at Yoyogi Park Station. We get a message from our classmate Isamu reminding us we're going to meet at Yoyogi Park, then go to see Miss Takao. Immediately turn left to get a drink from the vending machine and get out of the station. Trust me, this will be helpful later. Then head for Yoyogi Park from the right entrance in the world map. There we meet a journalist named Ijiri. We get a call from another classmate, Shihaki, telling us that her and Isamu already went to see Miss Takao at Shinjuku Medical Center Hospital. Hijiri gives us a magazine, and then we're off to the hospital. There we meet Chiaki in the lobby of the hospital, telling us that Isamu went looking for Miss Takao. She points out how the hospital is eerily empty, then reads our occult magazine. Okay. We go to the second floor, meet with Isamu, go back to the lobby, get the ID card, and then head to the basement where we meet a man named Hikawa. He tries to kill us off with a demon, but immediately gets stopped by Miss Takao. We then go to the rooftop with her, then basically the end of the world occurs. then meet Lucifer, who looks like a young kid and makes us eat a bug-looking thing, and then we wake up in the hospital with glowing tattoos and a spike coming out of the back of our neck. We're now a demon, and our next goal is to leave the hospital. Easier said than done. We meet with Ijiri in the first safe room of the game, and then we head to the elevator where we get transported in a weird-looking corridor. In here, Lucifer wants to see what we're made of, and then the tutorial begins. Now, this has to be by far the most unforgiving RPG tutorial I've ever seen. Not only the game doesn't explain anything, if at all, but you can and probably will die, especially on hard mode. I get the chest with the 2 medicines at the beginning and then get by the first encounter with actually a good stroke of luck between hitting a critical hit and dodging an enemy's attack. I then get my first level up. In this game, every time you level up, you boost one stat between strength, magic, vitality, agility, and luck by 1 point. I decided to go for a physical build, so I'll invest heavily in strength and agility, and also vitality for going magic. It'll make a rough first half of the game, but it will repay me later in the later half. If you need it, there's a doctor that can heal you. Use it. I get by the second and third encounter roughly, and then I get bodied on the fourth one because I actually got critted in the face. I take this moment to say that there will be a lot of chip deaths like this one in this game, and I'll be adding a death counter to keep you updated on just how much I suck. Or how much the game loves to fuck me in the ass. Pick your poison. I do all the battles all over again because I forgot to save like a complete idiot, and this time I beat the fourth one by using a medicine. Otherwise, I would have died. I did survive with 1 HP, but without that medicine, I would have lost it completely. We exit the weird corridor, save the goddamn game, and then go back to the second floor. Exploring around, we meet a pixie demon who decides to join us. Now, about this pixie, she may be the weakest demon in the game, but I heavily advise you hold on to her for the entire game. If you do, by the time you reach the end game in the optional dungeon, you'll get a huge reward. Trust me on this one. Thanks to her, we can get the pass needed to move forward, but before that, I go back to the save point and healing room to recruit a few more demons and grind a couple of levels. I die due to bad luck with the Pretas, then I level up a bit. At level 4, without dying again, my Mogare Magatama, the source of my demon power and weakness affinity, acted violently, which can cause different special effects, and in a stroke of luck, I actually got an extra strength point. I seriously got lucky here. Then I easily recruit a Kodama, and then I get a Preta from sparing his life. Now, Preta was actually one of those demons that I wasn't expecting to get. He is one of 2 demons that are evil aligned, along with Will-O-Wisp, that you normally cannot recruit, despite its weakness to magic, all magic, his stats are pretty solid this early on. He will also learn Augie, the fire magic pretty quickly, so it's a good plus. Now that I have a party of 4, getting by battles will be much easier. I go back where I met Pixie, used the pass to enter the annex building, and took a glimpse of the area boss, the demon Fornius. We'll get to him later. After exploring some more, I unlock the shortcut back to the save point, and then Pixie, by leveling up, gets Raccoonda, the defense lowering debuff. With that, signs of change appear on Pixie. This is the message telling us that she will be evolving soon. This usually happens when a demon that can evolve learns all skills available to them. At the first floor of the annex building, we find a new save point near Fornius, but before finding it, I want to recruit another demon that's specifically in this area. That demon is Shikigami. He has access to Zio, thunder magic like Pixie, and will learn Tarukaja, the physical strength buff for my entire party. I drop a nice save, and then I head into the lobby of the first floor of the annex building to fight Fornius. Now, as a first boss from Nocturne, Fornius really isn't too strong, even on hard mode. He does come with ice magic, so if you have Will-O-Wisp or Preta in your party, you'll probably have a little of a hard time if they get hit. But if you have a party like mine, made with Pixie, Shikigami, and Kodama, you won't have any problems at all. Have Kodama pass turns and heal when necessary, use Demi-Fiend, or main character if you will, to use physical strikes and items. Shikigami and Pixie use Zio as Fornius is weak to it, and thus you'll get more turns to act. Not only that, but Zio has the property of paralyzing the opponent, and if that happens, all physical hits will transform into 100% critical hits. Also, make sure you have Pixie ready as a debuffer, usually one Raccoonda is enough to deal enough damage, or backup healer in case Kodama really can't keep up. I defeat Fornius in less than 5 minutes, level up, then I make the mistake to allow a random skill change in Kodama, and that changes Zan, the wind magic, into begging, a talk command that doesn't recruit new demons but makes them give you money or item. Well, never mind, I guess. I'll correct that somehow. I exit the hospital, meet with Lucifer again, and he explains what's going on in this world, and exactly how the light that it's in the middle of the sphere world, Kagatsuchi, is connected to everything. As we leave, a red-coated man with guns comes out to get to work. I'm sure our paths will cross pretty soon. Anyway, from the world map, we head southwest to Yoyogi Park, and this is a crucial part. Remember what I said about Pixie? This is where you can choose to keep Pixie with you or let her go. If you let her go, you will get the Ankh Magatama for free. It's a Magatama that you can get from a shop later, so if you want it for free, you can send Pixie away, but every sane player of Nocturne would tell you to keep Pixie with you. So I decided to keep Pixie also because of this, how this run works, I will need her support for a little while longer. Yoyogi Park is actually an area I'll be coming back quite often. You see, here you can fight pixies and their upgraded versions, you can say the Huapo, in order to grind for 2 specific items, the chakra drops and the revival beads. The beads will allow you to revive fallen demons with low HP, but the chakra drop will allow you to heal MP. Both are pretty good items that can also be sold to shops for a pretty good chunk of money, so it's a good spot to grind items and money without getting too over leveled, especially later in the game. So I'll be coming here often, like I said. Then I go south in the world map and head to Shibuya, where I find the first junk shop and Cathedral of Shadow. One thing worth noting about the junk shop is that items on hard mode are exactly 3 times more expensive compared to normal mode. You can buy 2 Magatamas here, but I'll level with you. Save the money. You will need them to make a very specific purchase later on. One for which you will thank me for telling you to save money. Those of you who play the game know exactly what I'm talking about. Since last time, I did some off-screen item grind in anticipation to the next two major areas I needed to visit. I went back to Yoyogi Park and probably exterminated what could be half of the pixie population just to get chakra drops and revival beads. The first one restores NP and the other revives KO demons. But they can also be sold for a good chunk of money, so I know I'll be back here quite often. While doing that, Pixie got up to level 6, learned her last skill, and I triggered the evolution into High Pixie, making her a bit stronger in the process, and she will now learn more skills. Now that's awesome! I also took my time to recruit Hua Po, a fire-type demon which will grant me some fire coverage and then some. Trust me, you'll see. But now, let's get back to some story progress. I meet with Chiaki in Shibuya's underground mall club, find that Hijiri is at the terminal, and that he learned to use the Amala network to go from place to place. He wants to send us to Ginza and, well, something with the Amala network went wrong. Before I continue, let me just say it. The Amala network. For this part of the game alone, it feels like the difficulty in a scale from 1 to 10 has been amped up to freaking 20. You can't recruit demons, as they're all either light or dark aligned, so the tall command won't work. You technically can recruit demons, but it's a case like Preta and Will-O-Wisp. You have to get them to their low HP, they have to beg for your forgiveness, and pray that they won't give you money or items, and just propose you to become a party member instead. It can happen, but it's not something I'm gonna bank on. Also, this place is like a freaking maze, and you probably will get lost a few times. Also, pro tip, do not try to run away from fights. Not once on hard mode I ever managed to run away from a single fight. Luckily, on the way there are a couple of healing rooms and save points, so I guess the place is not 100% bad, but I guess that's up to interpretation, right? At the end of the dungeon, you will encounter a new boss, the Spectre. This little dude right here is a pain in the butt. He starts the fight by summoning 5 copies of him, so at the very first it's unfair since he will have 6 press turns to work with. My suggestion is that you debuff it and focus on a single Spectre at a time using physical attacks, as the Spectre can resist magic damage. Also, watch out for his Augie attack. At this point, many of the demons that you can have, if you can't fuse, will be weak to fire, like Kodama, Shikigami, and maybe other demons, in case you have fused them. After a few turns, the Spectre will merge into a single bigger one, and he'll only have 2 press turns instead of 4 or 5 at this point, so I guess that's kinda cool, but he will still hit pretty hard, and almost immediately he kills my Shikigami, my debuffer, as well as Wapo. But after taking a few turns of juggling revival items with some damage, the Spectre eventually goes down. After I beat it, I run for the exit as if I'm being chased by death itself, which, technically speaking, it's not untrue. I then get to the Labyrinth of Amala, the optional dungeon of the game that I will have to complete in order to get the true demon ending. I meet Lucifer, who gives me a candelabrum, and then sends me to Ginza. It's worth noting that the footage of where I first got there got corrupted, so I'll tell you what I did instead. I recruited an angel, checked out the unique shop called Rag's Jewelry, where I can exchange gems for items and a few special demons, and then recruited a Jack Frost. This one isn't a great demon per se, but he has a skill called Dark Might, a skill that gives his normal attack a 100% critical chance during a new moon. This is very good for boss fights. And he will also give me some ice damage coverage overall, even though with the Wadatsumi Magatama I learned Ice Breath, so I can cover that myself if need be. I then notice a secret door guarded by a huge monster. We'll probably have to come back later. Also, on my way to the next destination, I level up, and the Maraguri Magatama gave me a +1 strength boost like it did on my PS3 file. Now that's very neat. I go to the base of the Assembly of Nihilo, but get immediately kicked out. What a douche. I then head to the Harumi warehouse, which leads me to the Great Underpass of Ginza, the source of many nightmares for me. After wandering in it, I find some strange people called mannequins, weak demons that look like humans, and I go to their village. I then make a beeline for the junk shop and buy the Hifumi Magatama in there. This is why I told you to save money. You will need this Magatama soon enough for his wind null affinity. Also, if you didn't leave Pixie behind, this is where you get the Ankh Magatama instead. And if you have the spare money after Hifumi, do buy this one. Next up, I meet the collector mannequin as well as the gatekeeper, which won't let us go further. The collector can convince him, but he wants a 1,000 yen bill for that. Where can we find it though? Remember the guarded door back in Ginza? Well, the guard is now gone, and you can now access Loki's treasure room, where you can get the bill, as well as a few mystical chests with rare gems in them. Also, in case I haven't told you how they work, open the mystical chest on a full moon to get the best items available in them, otherwise it can be very random. It takes some time to manipulate the moon phase, but trust me, it's gonna be worth it. As we head out of Loki's treasure room, the guard returns and we have to fight it. Now, the troll is a pretty tough boss and hits very hard. Debuff him ASAP, especially his attack, if you can. In this fight, Jack Frost is an excellent party member. He drains the troll's Mabufula spell, and he can get free criticals from Dark Might as well. However, the first attempt goes bad fast, with it using Berserk, killing off my party, except for Demi-Fiend. As I was alone and about to die though, the troll probably broke. He kept spamming Mabufula, which I nulled because I equipped the Wadatsumi Magatama. But then he punched me for a single KO. That gave me an idea for the next attempt, however. I tried again, debuffing him as much as possible while trying not to die, and this time I made sure to use Torunda and Jack Frost as best I could. Ideally, you want to have a Mo-Rio, the red will-o-wisp type of demon, that since he has Polimpa, a mind skill that induces panic, which Troll is actually weak to. But I couldn't recruit him in time, so tough luck for me, I guess. The hard way it is. At one point, he kills off my party again, so I was contemplating a reset, but the same thing happened again and he kept spamming Mabufula. That gave me time to resurrect a few demons and change my lineup with Angel, a revived Jack Frost, and High Pixie. At the end, he does kill Jack Frost again, but he ran out of MP for Mabufula, funnily enough, so I rushed in and dealt the final blow. Well, that was interesting. Also, I'm happy that this fight took only 2 attempts instead of like, I don't know, 5 or 6, which I was kind of expecting. I gave the bill to the collector mannequin and now I can get past the gatekeeper. On the way, the flames of the candelabrum start to flicker wildly. This is the sign that there is an upcoming fiend fight, and one of the most infamous ones at that, Matador. But before I can even think of attempting him, I know I have to get back to grind some more chakra drops again. I know I will need a lot more before I can even move on. During that time, I managed to buy the Yomante Magatama from Shibuya, which will give me all 3 status debuffs to Runda, Rakunda, and Sukunda, making me the better option for debuffs in this run, and still be able to dish out some damage because I'm making a physical build and I won't rely on MP too much. I also need better party members. I spent a good while recruiting a Sudama and Nozuchi, 2 demons that either resist or even absorb wind damage, one of Matador's main strengths. Once I get both, I try to attempt Matador, with me having the Ifumi Magatama equipped, Dia to heal as well as debuffs, High Pixie as a main source of healing, as well as Rakunda debuffing, Nozuchi as a powerhouse that can heal off wind spams, and Shikigami as a debuffer, as well as Jack Frost as a Dark Might reserve if someone dies. I go in the tunnel, get sucked into a hole, and face Matador himself, who challenges us to a duel. So, right out of the gate, the fight starts badly. He uses his signature move, Red Capote, to maximize his hit and evasion at +4 levels and one-shot Shikigamis with a normal attack. I call upon Jack Frost and get a couple of lucky hits on it with him, but the physical attacks deal too much damage for High Pixie to cover by herself while Demi-Fiend is debuffing. Also, he used the Kunda to remove my debuffs, making it much harder for me. I call for Sudama, but High Pixie dies soon after, leaving me with very little healing. I get lucky enough to get him into his second phase after a while, but then he uses another of his main moves, Andalusia, a 3 to 4 hit physical moves, followed by Taunt, lowering my defense by 2 levels. The following turn, he absolutely destroys me. I decided to try again, this time using Sudama first instead of Shikigami, but it doesn't go much better. Before getting to phase 2, it becomes a 2v1 between Matador against me and Nozuchi, and it seemed to go well thanks to Mazan's spams, until phase 2 kicked in, where he taunted and Andalusia me to death. It was clear that I wasn't strong enough for this battle, so I went back to the grind. I checked my demons again, and I came up with a plan. I raised Huapo's level enough to learn Rakukaja and Nozuchi to get counter. I also mastered the Ankh Magatama to get Medea, a party healing spell, which will definitely prove useful. My final party was me at level 20 with Hifumi Magatama as a debuffer and main healer, Nozuchi at level 16 to pass turns and attack, the same for Sudama at level 14, and Huapo at level 11 that will debuff my defense and then pass turns, with High Pixie and Jack Frost ready as reserves. Attempt number 3 starts off well. Medea can heal my party for 45 to 50 HP, and I make sure to use Rakukaja as much as possible. Unlike debuffs, Matador has no way to remove my buffs, and I pass turns with many of my party members so that I can use 2 Rakukaja in a single turn. In 2 turns, my defense is maxed out, and I take only half damage compared to normal. Next, I start to debuff Matador while alternating between party healing and healing Demi-Fiend's MP with chakra drops. Also, the fact that he can heal debuffs is annoying as heck. It becomes a war of attrition, which I won't show you entirely, but I do get easily to phase 2, since I can pretty much top my party off with Medea and Nozuchi can counter physical strikes for additional guaranteed damage that, yes, it goes through Red Capote's buff. But even with max defense, he uses focus, which makes the next physical move deal over double damage, and Andalusia still hurts like hell, almost killing Sudama on the first attack. He then taunts, so I know I'm on a time limit. I decide to go on full offensive, but fail, and the double on the Lucia cripples me hard, leaving only Nozuchi and myself once again. He taunts again and uses focused, but I notice he is in low HP animation. Since taunt also raises your attack by 2 levels while debuffing your defense by 2 levels, I decided to risk it for the biscuit, but I couldn't capitalize, and 2 turns later, after another taunt, he kills me. That was so close! The next few attempts have no audio, don't ask me why. I think the footage got slightly corrupted here too. I started attempt number 4 after a while, and by then I had a guest, my cousin, who helped me through it. The first phase goes pretty much like the third attempt, so I'll skip to phase 2 directly, where he double Andalusia me, but didn't kill anyone, although some barely survived. I get back on my feet, and it goes well for a bit since he decided to spam Mazan for a few turns, which burns both of his press turn icon, and since I null wind and Nozuchi drains it. Until he used taunt Andalusia, which critted Nozuchi, and he Andalusia me again, and I'm the only one left standing. Since he's not on a low HP animation, there is no way I could win. I tried to fight back, but eventually died. I was starting to lose hope, but then attempt number 5 proved to be the one where I hit the jackpot. But this time, I was actually more prepared. See, off screen I actually did another attempt with my cousin. He noticed a quirk in Matador's AI, and disclaimer, I am not 100% sure whether or not this always works, but I think I actually got lucky with this one. Now, listen to this. Matador never used the Kunda if and only if I stacked 3 levels of debuffs on him. I don't know why, but as long as I don't give him 4 different debuffs, he wouldn't use the Kunda to remove them. Weird as it was, I decided to bank on it, so I used Sukunda on him twice, as well as 1 Rakunda to lower his defense, while also using Tarukaja on me with Shikigami, swapping out Huapo. After 2 Tarukaja, I brought back Huapo, and I noticed that swapping demons out of your party removes the buffs that they have on him, so I started to restacking her defenses again. This all happened in phase 1, by the way. I also tried to get Jack Frost in for some crits, failed, and a random normal attack from Nozuchi brought Matador into phase 2 sooner than I anticipated, so I was preparing for the worst. Nozuchi started to counter a lot now, keep this in mind. After a taunt plus Andalusia, I heal and go full offensive since the next attack from Nozuchi brought Matador to his low HP animation. I charge in and get this. The next turn he uses 2 taunts, bringing my defense to a level 2 debuff from a +4 buff. Nozuchi hits it with an attack. Matador follow up the next turn by a very strong Focus plus Andalusia combo, leaving only Nozuchi and me alive, and Nozuchi counters and kills it. You have no idea how close that was, and just how much this guy made me suffer inside, between all the deaths as well as the grinding. But at least we pulled it off, and with mostly weak demons to boot. After the fight, we get a new candelabrum, we hear Lucifer talking, asking us to bring the other candelabrums to him, and now we're free to continue to our next stop. The rest of the area is pretty uneventful. The only things worth mentioning in this maze were that during a level up, Hypixie changed her Dia skill into Medea, becoming my second party member with a full party heal skill. The other thing is that I got insanely unlucky with random encounters with the skull-like demons, the Chatter Skulls. They continuously spammed Sukunda quite often, making me miss lots of attacks and sometimes got me to the point of killing me. Luckily, Hypixie has Trafuri, a skill that lets me run away from normal encounters, but it does cost 25 NP to use, and I'm kinda low on chakra drops after Matador, so I have to be careful on how much I use it. However, after a little while, I managed to find my way safely up from the underpass and make it to Ikebukuro, the headquarters of the Mantra Demons. However, before pressing on, I do need to restock on chakra drops as well as recruit a new demon. Unfortunately, in order to do so, I do need to release some demons I already have on me because I have a full stock. Because I know I have better wind damage options now, I release Kodama and also Shikigami. Shikigami's stat buffs were useful to have, but he's way too low level a demon for this area, and he's likely to get one shot before he can do anything worthwhile, so reluctantly I have to let him go. Before going to restock on drops, I recruit Inugami, a demon with fire resistance that can also learn Medea quite fast, which will be useful in an upcoming gauntlet of fights that I know is coming up. After getting Inugami, I went back to Yogi Park, did my usual pixie extermination routine, and left when I had around 16 chakra drops. I thought they were enough, at the very least, for then and there. It's also worth mentioning that I sold a bunch of dropped revival beads to get a few more Magatamas, like Shiranui, the fire-based one, as well as the Komudo Magatama for physical resistance. The Komudo Magatama in particular I got in between episodes because I had the money to do so. I went back to Ikebukuro and entered the Mantra HQ where we hear a voice, a familiar one. The voice of Isamu, who just got beat up by Thor and had his soul absorbed. Yeah, I think that was his soul. Thor then proceeds to put us in prison for trespassing, and now we have to prove ourselves innocent. Mantra style. And by that, I mean we have to fight some demons back to back. The first of which is Orthrus. Luckily, the game gives you the chance to say you're not ready so you can access the menu and prepare yourself. I equip the Shiranui Magatama and have Inugami, Nozuchi, and Hypixie with me and started the fight. Orthrus is very easy. He uses fire and is weak to ice, and I immediately lacked out as my first ice breath freezes him up, giving me plenty of critical hits with physical attacks. He does manage to use fire breath on me once, but he only damages Nozuchi, and on the second turn I take him out for a very easy KO. I'll be sure to show you the full fight just so you see how easy it actually was. Next enemy on the list is Yaksini. I hope I pronounced it right. And this time, I equipped the Ifumi Magatama and replaced Inugami with Huapo, so I have 2 Rakukaja users. This one is tougher than Orthrus. She has access to high-level wind magic, single and multi-target, and they're powerful enough to one-shot many of you if you're not prepared. However, if you could defeat Matador, this one is definitely a piece of cake as long as you have Nozuchi and the Ifumi Magatama. I made sure to buff my defense as high as humanly possible and also used Torunda with Demi-Fiend just in case. Yaksini does manage to take out High Pixie with Xandine once she gets into her low HP threshold, but soon after that, I managed to get my win. Then, here comes Thor. He is definitely a problem. I have no electricity resistance, and Nozuchi is actually weak to it. But I do need him for Rakukaja, so I heal up and start the fight. Not before re-equipping the Shiranui Magatama, since he does give me a little more HP, hence MP for Demi-Fiend. Immediately, I know that Thor is no pushover. I have a demon that is weak to thunder and he has multi-target thunder magic, which means he will have a lot of turns to act. However, he can't heal debuffs, so I know what I must do. I start by lowering his attack power and raising my defenses. I could have raised my dodge chances by using Sukunda on Thor, but it would have been a much higher risk since his attacks would still hit like a freight train. My strategy proved solid, although Huapo couldn't handle the first turn of attacks, unfortunately. I forgo summoning another demon at least for the time being and focus on debuffing the hell out of Thor. If I don't do it, I know I am going to lose. Once Thor power is at minimum, I summon Inugami to help me out and get the 4th press turn. At this point, I gotta heal my HP as well as Demi-Fiend's MP, so I do stall for time as I start to slowly heal my MP and debuff his accuracy. Inugami goes down, but I do keep on surviving thanks to lucky dodges. When Thor's agility is minimized, he starts to miss attacks more often, so I heal Inugami and deal some minor damage. As I struggle, I also begin to reduce his defenses little by little. It takes a while, but soon his defense is minimized, putting all his stats at -4. All before he upgrades his moves from phase 2 onward. Now that he is weakened, I have a good chance to win, so I slowly move on the offensive. He quickly gets to his second phase where he can heal with Diorama. Luckily, because of Torunda, he can't heal for much and I do dish out more punishment that he can heal up. He can also use Mazionga and Zeodyne, but the higher power of these moves aren't an issue since he can't hit me, for the most part. I do get into phase 3 almost immediately after phase 2, dodge a Zeodyne on Nozuchi, and then I give him the coup de grace. To be fair, I was not expecting to beat Thor on my first try. I did have to sacrifice plenty of chakra drops to win, but I managed to grab hold of victory. I'm declared innocent by court and can now explore the Mantra HQ. But first, again, I must do a few things. For one, I need more drops. No surprises there, right? But I also need, yes, need, to recruit a new demon, that being Momonofu, a demon with physical resistance, not weak to any type of magic, just weak to ailments. He comes with the skill Focus, a skill that over doubles the damage of his next physical move. He will also evolve into a pretty nice demon later down the line, so he's more than welcome on my party. After getting him, I go back farming for drops while equipped with the Kamuto Magatama. On my way to Yoyogi Park, Nozuchi evolved into Guishion. Some Persona fans may know him as Gambu, making him way stronger in magic and defense, still weak to thunder of course, but he trades his Wind Drain property with Ice Drain and Light Repel. So it's not too bad, all things considered. He will also gain some pretty neat Ice Spell, which means I'll probably be able to get rid of Ice Breath pretty soon. I hope. I grind Demi-Fiend for one more level as I try to get some drops so I can have him learn Focus via the Kamuto Magatama. But unfortunately, as I get there, I get pretty unlucky with chakra drops. I go back up to 10 after roughly 1 hour of grinding, but I do get some revival beads and regular beads, so I am not too angry actually. I go back into the Mantra HQ, where at the door I'm ambushed by the man in the red coat, none other than Dante from Devil May Cry. Now, Dante can be a very easy or super hard fight. It's important to know that he can heal debuffs, so no point in trying to pull a Thor on him. His Rebellion attack also has a high chance of critical, so do watch out. I do use Rakunda on him in a wisely manner in combination with Momonofu Focus plus Attack combo in order to maximize damage during one turn, while Guishion buffs my defense and Hypixie tries to keep everyone healed up. If you debuff him even once, Dante will use a move called Holy Star to heal them, which is technically a Dekunda spell, forcing him to waste one of his 2 turns, so it's not a bad idea to use debuffs on him. Once my defense is maxed out, I start passing turns with Guishion, which helps me deal more damage during each turn by having Demi-Fiend as well as Momonofu attack while using Focus and an attack during the same turn. Once he goes into his second phase, he starts using Provoke, which is exactly like Matador's Taunt, lowering my defense by 2 levels while raising my attack by 2 levels. It also heals his MP, but that's non-consequential really. When he starts provoking, I go all out offensive because I know I can't last forever now, especially if I get critted by Rebellion. After a counter from Guishion, I hit him twice with Demi-Fiend and Dante is down. Again, wasn't definitely expecting to make it during the first try, but I guess this does make up from all the trouble that I had with Matador. After the fight, Dante decides to let us be for now, after subtly hinting that he was hired by Lucifer for some reason. He leaves, wanting to know what's Lucifer's game, and now we're free to enter the Mantra HQ. After beating Dante and healing up, I start by running around the outside areas of the Mantra HQ. And after the first of many encounters, we found our running gag. Yeah, that's the thing I got from the Hifumi Magatama. Oh.
69.
Nice. Just a little. Momonofu, you never fail me. I'm done. If I see another 69, I swear.
Look at your MP.
Okay.
Close the game. What the fuck?
I swear, I haven't done it on, said it on purpose. Think about it. I thought we were done with those. It's never done.
It never ends.
I'll punch you in the
Also,
face.
69 health.
Did you really have to point that out?
Yes. Of course.
During the exploration, I explained Luna how mystical chests work, much to his dismay in learning how they do work, and I actually get some good loot, like a bead chain, but the real stroke of luck begins after I reach level 25. By then, I get in a door with 2 Onis inside. The fight is more annoying than hard, as their rampage kept dealing multiple hits and critting, causing High Pixie to die rather fast, but myself with the Komodo Magatama, Gui Xian and Momonofu could handle them rather well, after buffs and debuffs applied. After a hell of a battle, literally, between rampages and war cries, the Oni did go down, and I get another bead chain as a drop, as well as 2 beads from a chest, and a strength incense from the mystical one in that room. I then heal up, go to the Cathedral Shadows to unlock the Demon Compendium while I was at it. Now, as much as I am not allowed to fuse demons in the Cathedral Shadow, I will however allow myself to access the Companion whenever needed, in case I want to swap demons on the fly and have them keep their skills, even if it's technically more expensive than recruiting new demons. Next up, we enter the Mantra HQ. We need to climb to the top floor in order to meet the boss of this faction. On the way, we get to explore the areas where we were trapped in during the last episode, and find some chests and enemies that really weren't all that important. When I get to the 60th floor, don't worry, an elevator makes you skip lots of floors, I get a chest with 3000 Maka and recruit a Bobbed Katha, a bird demon who's also resistant to physical attack. But that's not why I wanted it. It has a skill called Liftoma, which will be useful to avoid dungeon hazards on the ground, and when it gets to level 26 he will learn Anti-Force, which would be a neat skill if only I wasn't doing a no-fusion run, so I'll settle for just Liftoma on him. Also, Gui Xian reached level 25, and as a gift, he gave me a Megiddo Rock, which is very nice. Immediately after that, I reached the Mantra leader, Gozu Tenno, and to praise our powers since we defeated Thor, he gave us 2 more demon slots. Now this'll be handy. He then asks to join the Mantra. Remember that this dialogue will matter for the reason endings, but won't really matter if you aim at the true demon ending like me. He then proclaims war against the Assembly of Nihilo in Ginza and sends out his forces en masse. As I get back to the Fountain of Life to heal, I get to level 26 and the Komodo Magatama actually gave me a strength boost. I've actually lost count on how many times I got an extra stat via level up. You know, it shouldn't really happen this often. In like 25 levels I got it like 3 or 4 times. It's more rare than that, I can assure you. Anyway, now I'm supposed to head to the Assembly of Nihilo myself, which is below Ginza, but I decided to try something before that. Now, nearby, a new fiend is available to fight, but unlike Matador, all demons from here on out are not mandatory. You can skip all of them. but you need them dead to get to the true demon ending, no questions asked. I was actually a bit unsure if I should be trying that now, but since I have the Yomante Magatama, all the 3 main debuffs on me as well as some defense buffs in my party, I decided to give it a shot. So I enter the room outside the Mantra HQ with the escalators and come face to face with demon number 2, Daisojo.
Oh, you.
Yeah, remember him?
Yeah, I remember this guy.
Can you stop?
I think we sacrificed him to the god Yoshitsune, actually.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So is it just all the skull people that talk to you and fight you here?
When you put it like that, you're not wrong. Matador was a skull as well.
Yeah. Ooh, different music.
As you can probably see, the fight starts quite horribly with Daisojo using meditation twice, his personal skill that allows him to drain HP and MP and heal his own, hitting Hypixie, so hindering my healer. I knew that if I wanted to beat him, I needed to rely on dodges quite a lot, so I spammed Sukunda at every turn I got, while trying to build my defenses with Guishan and Huapo. After the first turn, I managed to debuff his agility twice, and it paid off with a miss from the Fiend. One turn later, his agility is at -4, and it's time to attack. But the main issue is that Daisojo resists everything except Almighty, which we don't have access to. Actually, we technically do, but that would require Guishan to sacrifice itself. So, yeah, it becomes a war of attrition very fast. It doesn't take too long to reach the second phase, however, but now he also has 2 more skills under his belt, Mahamon and Mamudun, light and dark party target insta-kill spells. The other reason besides meditation to minimize his accuracy. But Guishan goes down immediately to Mamudun, forcing me to heal him and call him back. I do need its help quite a bit. After an exchange of blows that seemed to last forever, I dodge a Mahamon that would have ended the fight right then and there. I switch to heal with items because I'm low on chakra drops, much to my own dismay, and phase 3 kicks in. Now he has 2 more moves. Startle, a move that gives him 3 glowing press turns, as well as Preach, a mind element move which can charm, sleep, or panic you. And that's precisely why I wanted the Yomante Magatama on me, despite the low stat bonuses. It takes a while for him to use both of them though. At one point, Hypixie goes down, and since I've gotten to heal with items, I decide to leave her back to the Realm of Dead and keep pressing on. I could have summoned Momonofu as an extra source of attack, but since he's weak to Preach, that's a big no-no. I sacrifice the B chain when he gets to his low HP animation, and after a few more blows, and a couple of extra used beads, he finally goes down on the first attempt.
Then poetic.
Imagine, all of the demons of this game died to counter.
There you go.
First try, baby, first try.
And 2000 XP to go with it. Holy crap.
And Hypixie got none of it.
Sad.
And as icing on the cake, Huapo, my boss defense up bot at this point, gives me a luck incense. That's an almost perfect way to top it all off, if I do say so myself. Our next objective is the Assembly of Nihilo, Hikawa's faction HQ. We rush there only to find Mantra demons attacking the place, and Hijiri, which snuck in via the Amala network. He explains that the Mantra demons attacked and they think they won. But the truth is, Hikawa fooled them. The room they're in right now, a device used to collect Magatsuhi, or life force, is destroyed, but it's just a cover-up for the real core which lies beneath the facility. Hikawa is most likely to be there. So Hijiri opens up the path for us and leaves since he knows he can be of more help to us. So I take the elevator and head down, only to be welcomed by Hinihilo demons guarding a machine. They're nothing special, so I just move on. When defeated, they drop an item called Yellow Kila, which is one of the 4 keys needed to reach the core. So now it's time to go and find the rest of them. And here we reach the best part of this place, according to me, the dungeon itself, a maze of cubic-like rooms which move via switches, and I gotta say, in terms of design, this is probably one of my favorite dungeons in the entire game. After clearing the first maze though, I get ambushed by a group of Fornius demons, and I got wiped out. Probably a revenge for the first boss, I don't know. Nevertheless, as I cleared the first floor again, I realized that my party needed a bit of changes, and fast, so I'll be on the lookout for new recruits. I clear the first floor again and enter a room guarded by a mini-boss, Eligor. The fight in of itself isn't particularly tough. He summons minions on the first turn, this time being a Dis, a demon with no weaknesses and drains fire, which I don't have right now, so it's not that big of a deal. Eligor resists physical attacks and he's weak to electricity, so I try to exploit it with High Pixie as I clear the minions and debuff their agility. Momonofu gets one shot by Muto. I revive him, electrocute Eligor, and the fight goes downhill from there. After the fight, I replace Ice Breath with Shock from the Narukami Magatama since I do plan to replace High Pixie very soon. I grab the White Kila and head down to the second layer of the dungeon. On my way, I recruit a Kappa Tengu, a high agility demon with Tarukaja, so now I have a physical attack buff again, and will learn Watchful, a passive skill which will allow him to gain experience even when he's not in the main team. I save the game, and then also recruit an Incubus. Not sure if it'll be useful, but it does have Eye Magic, and its normal attack can hit 2 or 3 times, so maybe I can find a use for him. After the second layer, another Eligor blocks my path, this time summoning a Yaka, a demon which can heal. Both are weak to electricity, and now that I have Shock on myself, the fight is pretty much a joke, although I almost died to a Muto at the end. I roam through the hallways, looking for chests, get some okay items, and after opening a mystical chest with a lucky incense inside, here's Eligor number 3, this time accompanied by an Incubus. Again, not much of a concern since I can't exploit their weaknesses effectively, and they only waste turns by summoning allies instead of attacking. At the end I find the red Kila but get ambushed by a Barith accompanied by 2 succubus demons. The first try doesn't go so well. Barith is weak to ice, but the succubus inflict charm first on Momonofu, forcing me to heal it, and not long after, I get charmed, which leads me to me attacking my own demons on low HP, killing them off, and Barrett finishing the job. For the second try, knowing about Barrett fire attacks, I equip the Shiranui Magatama. I lower agility post-haste, and start drilling the enemies one by one. Moragi from Barrett poses less of an issue now, at least for me, and I cut one turn entirely every time. Something great after Momonobu one-shots a succubus with a focused brutal slash. From there, Barrett tries to make a stand with Hellfire, a stronger fire breath attack, but can't really do much. Now I equip the Hifumi Magatama on myself in order to get a skill, save up, and go to the third layer, which is a bit complex to clear since there is a demon flipping switches, changing the paths I can take. I also get rid of Jack Frost, as I will get a new recruit soon, that one being this. Not only has Agilao giving me medium damage fire coverage, it also has the Traja to nullify one light and dark move, and will also learn the Diorama, which are all pretty good. And the fact that it has no weaknesses and drains fire will be useful for sure in a later fight. After a fight, Momonobu at level 23 changes life bonus to Taunt, a double defense debuff that applies a physical buff. A double-edged sword for sure, but it can be useful if used well. It takes me forever, but I clear the layer and I find an empty chest. Demon who got in my way before, Kaiwan, took the Kila and ran away. I chase it down and enter a room to find 3 of them. The fight is not too hard. That is, if you have agility buffs and or debuffs on you. They do have Mudo and Mamudo, so there's always a risk of getting insta-killed, but other than that, they're fairly weak. They only have 650 HP and no resistance to physical attacks. Plus, this and Tetraja will come in clutch, as they will lose turn if they try Mudo skills. They also have a move called Evil Gaze, a dark type move which can reduce your HP to 1, which Tetraja can also block out. After 2 taunts, Torunda and Rakunda setup, the Kaiwan fall like flies, since they can't do damage to me anymore after the first one is dead, since they decide to spam Mamudo. Overall, an easy fight. I snatch the green Kila and warp back to the main area via save rooms. I insert the 4 Kilas and head down a long spiral staircase. On my way to Hikawa, I learned Warcry at level 30, which is a double Torunda, so I replace that skill. This levels up and gets Diorama, drops Sudama, and recruit Eligor. He's slow but bulky, resists physicals, negates dark moves, has Rakukaja and Dark Might. He will also learn Mudo. I think it's probably the best demon level-wise that you can get in this dungeon. And at level 24, Momonobu evolves into Hara Habaki. Now, he's an interesting case. He repels ice, nullifies physical, light, and dark damage, but is weak to fire, wind, and electricity. Not bad by any means, but 3 weaknesses is a risky thing to have. even with resistances as good as he has. Nevertheless, for now, he can be a pretty solid demon. I head for the elevator, and at the end, change my party to me with the Kamuto Magatama, Arahabaki, Eligor, and Guishan, and find myself face to face with Hikawa. He welcomes us, tells us he collects Magatsuhi to summon a god of creation to rebuild a world to his liking, and activates the Nightmare system, a device that allows him to control and drain Magatsuhi in a certain area, this time hitting the Mantra HQ at Ikebukuro. He also says that our teacher Yuko Takao is in another castle, Princess Peach style, and then he proceeds to deliver us from pain by summoning a demon called Ose, and he leaves. The fight with Ose is a joke. If you have physical resistances like I have, you've pretty much won since that's the only type of damage Ose has. It can cast barriers to nullify one physical or magic damage, which will only last for that one turn by the way. He can focus, use a heat wave for multi-hit, but after some taunts and war cries, this guy can't deal much damage to us at all. Eligor gives us more turns with Dark Might since I got into the fight with New Moon, and then I proceed to hit it till it dies. As you can see from the footage, because of my setup, he barely scratches me even with a focused heatwave attack. Like I said, with the proper setup, this is a complete joke of a fight. We get the Anathema Magatama, and now we can finally leave. I think we'll probably have to check the Mantra HQ next considering what happened, but that's a story for another day. After our visit to the assembly of Nihilo, I rush to the Mantra HQ in Ikebukuro. We find, oddly enough, Chiaki in here, where she drops the ball about wanting to create her own perfect world, Yosuga, a world where the strongest ones will thrive. So she sets off to collect Magatsuhi to make it all happen. As we head in, we see demons all around losing strength fast. Wish that would be the case for random encounters, though. As I head for the basement floor, we have a small run-in with Isamu leaving his cell. Disappointed that we couldn't find Mr. Cow in Nihilo, he decided to head for Kabukicho prison to find a mannequin that can foresee the future. We'll go there soon, but first, I roam the HQ for some new accessible chests, recruit an Oni for some extra muscle, and meet Gozu Tenno, which has definitely seen better days. Because of the nightmare system, he is rapidly dying, and prophesies that the one worthy of inheriting his power will come soon. Then curses Ikawa's plan and crumbles. On our way out, we meet Thor, stating that he leaves. This foreshadows me the fact that we'll see him again later on, that's for sure. I take the east exit on the first floor to get out, and the flames of the candelabrum flicker, meaning there's an upcoming fiend fight. This one unlocks only if you've beaten Dice Sojo, and in order to prepare myself, I make a party of Eligor, this, and Kappa Tengu to make sure I can cover fire and wind resistances, although I kept the Narukami Magatama. That's a big mistake. I wait for the new moon and find the demon on the highway, Hell Biker. The first few attempts go literally down the drain, as Ghost Rider over here has a good variety of attacks. He has a normal attack, Hell Spin that hits the party for physical damage, Hell Exhaust, a wind-based party attack that also removes all of my buffs. And this is just his phase 1, by the way. More often than not, he one-rounds this or Kappa, leaving me down a member, and I take way too much damage overall. He also has the Kunda, so debuffs are not that great, although he doesn't use it always and I may exploit that, but it's a bit too RNG to rely on it and make a strategy. My first 2 attempts went in failure, way before I could reach phase 2, and at the third I got to phase 2 only to die immediately after off a lucky crit. I give it another try, but it went horribly. So for the next one, I decided to equip the Kamuto Magatama for physical defense, and around the 6th attempt, I finally get lucky. He opens up with L Exhaust, losing the second turn because of Kappa's wind resistance. Then I debuff a little bit his agility to dodge better, pass turns with Kappa Tengu, heal with this, and abuse Dark Might with Eligor, and then go on the offensive. The fight is a mix between getting back on my feet, attacking, even though it's really not all that easy since I do lack a party healing spell that can match Biker's DPS. Medea on me isn't really gonna cut it. Kappa and Diz go down a few times. Myself and Algor can tank a few hits, but that's not gonna last forever. Every time it uses Hell Exhaust, I know for a fact I have a better opening, so I must exploit it. Luckily, on this attempt, Biker used it more often, so I could deliver the pain. After a few more resurrections of Diaz and Kappa, I finally get to phase 2, where he gets 2 more moves. Hell Throttle, which sacrifices a turn for 3 half-turn icons, and Hell Burner, a fire-based party damage, which Diaz can drain. But he always does this after Hell Exhaust. Luckily for me, he does them 1 each since both are blocked or dodged. I should also mention that it only has 1 agility buff on it, and doesn't really want to use the Kunda for some reason. With more back and forth, I replaced the fallen Kappa Tengu with Guishan for some added power and tankiness. He finally uses the Kunda, but at the very next turn, Allegor finally takes it out. I level up and replace Heat Wave, since I don't really use it all that often, with Might, a passive skill that boosts my crit chance. Also, this changes Makajam to Wine Party, a skill that helps Demon Negotiation, and Guishan gets Ice Breath instead of Flatter. I get Biker's Candelabrum, breathe a big sigh of relief, and carry on to Kabukicho Prison. Or, as I call it, Electric Demon Hell. If you have demons weak to electricity, you will have a bad time. And as it so happens, 2 of my strongest demons, Eligor and Guishan, are both weak to that. Arbaki too, now that I think about it. I keep the Narukami Magatama on me all the time, and find a snake demon vanishing in front of a wall. After hearing some screams from some prisoners I can't see for some reason, I go back to that spot, kill the demon, and get the Umugi Stone, allowing me to enter the Mirage Dimension. The way this dungeon works is by interacting with the normal layout of the prison and the Mirage Dimension, which is kind of an upside down version of the normal one. To move forward, in order to get new demons, I reluctantly say goodbye to the awesome Hua Po. But I find it hard to recruit demons in here. I'm either too low leveled or I can't communicate with them, which is a shame because one of the demons I wanted is Raiju, an electric demon that unfortunately I can't communicate with. After a bit, I find the mannequin asking me to find a new spoon to make a hole on the floor. Okay. From the collector mannequin, deeper in the prison. On my way, I could recruit the snake demon Naga, which only has Tarukaja and Drain Attack, a passive ability that heals him when he uses the normal attack, but can also learn Zionga if trained, although I probably won't train him, we'll still have to see about that. And I drop Incubus for more room. I find the collector, he gives me the spoon, and I head back to the other mannequin. He uses the spoon to open a hole, and now I can head to the end of the dungeon. On the way, a Pisaka joins me by giving it a chakra drop. He does have Sukunda, but unfortunately I won't have much use for it. I'll probably drop it. You'll see why I do this when I get around the extra dungeon's 2nd floor. I get to the top area of the dungeon, but before heading to the boss room, I decided to grind at least until level 34. This in order to recruit another demon, that being Mizuchi, a water snake-like demon which drains electricity, nulls ice and dark, weak to fire, has access to Bufula, Mabufula, but most importantly, Makakaja. I finally have a magic damage buff available. I ingest the Wadatsumi Magatama, party up with this, Mizuchi and Arahabaki, and I enter the boss room where I find a giant Mizuchi. This fight can be pretty RNG. He always moves first and uses a move called Mirage, an almighty attack with a high chance of panic. If I can avoid getting it, I can heal with Sacred Water, but if I do get panic, I have a 50-50 chance of failing. Luckily for the first turn I'm not hit, so I immediately heal the party and start attacking and debuffing. The gimmick of this fight is that the more HP it has, the stronger are its attacks, so dealing tons of damage to it each turn is very recommended, and ice resistance is a must, since when it has a high HP, it has access to high tier magic like Mabuhudine and Glacial Blast. But as the fight progresses and it takes more damage, it will become smaller, which is hilarious by the way, and it will use lower tiers of magic, making the fight a lot easier. It can use the Kunda, but it doesn't use it too often, so don't be afraid of using debuffs. Besides, it only has one press turn, so the Kunda is actually a freebie when he uses it. The game will tell you when the tiers change when Mizuchi is actually gonna talk at you. Every time he does, he uses Mirage. This time, everyone in my party get panicked, but in a stroke of luck, I'm able to use the Sacred Water, heal everyone and keep attacking. When the third phase comes up, Mirage panicked everyone again. But again, luckily, I managed to use Sacred Water. At this point though, he's a joke of a boss. You could just put auto battle on and you will win without having any other issues. After the fight, I get the Miasma Magatama and finally meet Fudomimi, the mannequin that can predict the near future. In the next room, I find Isamu, although he's a little different. He says he can't rely on others anymore, he doesn't want to look for Mr. Cow anymore, and enters the Amala network to find the power he thinks he needs. As I leave the prison, Fudomimi tells me that there's a man waiting for me in Ginza and leaves with the rest of the mannequins. So I warp to Ginza and find Hijiri, who asks me to head to Asakusa via the East Ikebukuro tunnel, since there may be a terminal not under Hikawa's control. Well, we got our next plot objective, but first, I think it's time to A, get more chakra drops because I'm actually running short, and B, I think it's time to go for a little overdue detour. As you may recall, we're supposed to go to Asakusa via the East Ikebukuro tunnel, but my fight with Hellbiker and the excursion of the prison in the last episode showed me that I might need to power level a little bit. And since I'm going to do the true demon ending, why not go to the Labyrinth of Amala? So I teleport there, have a little chat with Lucifer, who asks us to recover all of the candelabra from the demons, and we enter the Labyrinth of Amala. It seems that Lucifer has some high expectations for us. Now I can enter the first Kalpa of the labyrinth, thanks to Matador's Candelabrum. Something worth mentioning, you can't recruit demons while you're in this place, just fight them. The structure of the various Kalpas are labyrinth-like, as the name implies, so this time I'll do something a little different and I'll try to navigate through the entire thing, showing you what I did. I enter and go to the furthest northern door, get right to a chest, head back and go west this time for another one. As I go back around, I see a ripple effect on a wall, which I can traverse. I go down a ladder, find a mystical chest, and then go back up. This time going back to the first room, and then going towards the east. By the way, use the compass to orient yourself, it's gonna be much easier. I release Baptkatha and find a shady broker in this room which sells a Pisaka with exploration skills for 15,000 Maka. This is why I released the other one I had. It has Trafuri to escape battles, something very good in hard mode, Estoma and Riberama to lower or increase the encounter rate, Liftoma to avoid trap terrain, and Lightoma to light dark areas. Something that's gonna be useful for the tunnel episode next time. I go north from here, take a right and follow the path for a ladder. I enter a room full with trap holes, and I use the tiles to guide myself. I go 1 south, 4 west, and I reach a chest. From here, I drop in a hole in front of me, use Liftoma, and the use of Shiranui in this room is appreciated. If you get a random encounter, you'll see why. Head west to leak the fog area and south to find the ladder. Next, go 2 tiles north, and at this point you can see the holes are actually above unlit tiles. Just look at the ceiling. 1 east, 2 north, and west to the door to find the Death Stone. This is an item needed at the Cathedral of Shadow to fuse the fiends with specific fusions. For now, you can probably only get Matador and Daisojo if you're around my level, but you can also get demons like Hellbiker later on. I flip the switch to open the path to the second Kalpa, go 2 tiles east, 1 south and west, and drop down to a mystical chest. Go back up, go north till you drop, exit the fog area west, and go north up the ladder this time. Then go east, north, to get back to the first room. Enter the middle room, and you're at the end of the Kalpa. Just outside the door to the exit, this levels up and evolves into Valkyrie. She has less magic but overall better stats, and negates light while still draining fire, a very solid improvement. I speak to the old man again, which proceeds to drop some lore about the conception, which I won't explain here since it takes a good while, and opens the gate to the second Kalpa, which I can now enter since I defeated Daisojo and Hellbiker. Before going in, we hear a voice asking us to stop, as going further will make us lose our humanity. We deny the voice and carry on to the Kalpa. This one is much messier than the first one, and demons are getting stronger indeed. A few even surpass level 40, so do be careful and try not to be weak to electricity if you can. I drop in a hole, follow the path east and head north. The key area is a room with 3 doors next to each other. Take the left one and go all the way down. I also release Oni while I go that way. I take the right room, explore for chests by the way, and from here I go to the right and follow the hallway. Go back and take the door to your right when you exit. Go left for a locked door, the northern one, for a mystical chest. Then go back and drop from the hole on the west side of the hallway. Enter the ripple on the left for a Death Stone, go back out, and in this room there's a doctor that heals you for 2000 Maka. Use it if you must. I take the ladder from the west door, take a left and find another drop hole from the east of there for another mystical chest. Go up again, and here to eventually drop again in a room with another shady broker which sells a healing Nue for 30,000 Maka. This is great, as it has a lot of healing skills like Prayer, which is essentially salvation from Persona 4 and 5, Status Heal, and Samarakam, which revives party member fully healed, as well as mana refill to recover NP while walking in the active party. I go up again to the room with 3 doors and enter the middle one. It does lead to a cursed hallway. Now, if you know what's good for you, equip the Pisaka you bought, or at the very least High Pixie with Trifuri equipped. And make sure to activate Estoma if you can. Not that that's gonna matter a whole lot. Walking makes you lose half of your current HP every 2 or 3 steps. You won't die, but demons in here are very high level, ranging from 50 to 70, so Trafuri and or smoke balls are essential. Assuming they don't target you directly, in which case it's GG. Don't even try to fight these guys. And also avoid all doors since they lead you back and not forward. If you power through the hallway successfully, you can talk to a demon to get 250,000 Maka as a reward. Sure, it's really risky to get them, but it does pay off. At the very least, I know I won't be short on money, at least for a little while. Leave the hallway via the doors that leads you backwards, and then go back to the room with the doctor. I drop to the hole on the east to get inside the maze. As I find a way out of the maze, I replace Might with Counter from the Maragare Magatama. I could have also replaced Medea too, but oh well. Find the way to the north wall, which leads to a chest and the east door. Take the ladder and you'll get the moon key, which is necessary to open the grey locked doors that you probably saw on the way here. Go in the maze and find a way to the north door to get a death stone, if you have the moon key. Get back to the room with the doctor, drop to the west hole instead to get a mystical chest with a soma. It's not necessary, but it's a nice reward. The problem is it's kind of complicated to leave this thing, so I won't direct you since it took me 10 solid minutes to find the exit. The south door is useless, so aim for the west one. The west door will lead you to the doctor room again, and while I was roaming around, Mizuji changes Bufula into Mana Drain. Probably gonna be useful. Go back to the west ladder and drop from this hole I'm pointing at, and use the moon key to the door behind you to end the Kalpa. Here the old man tells us about how Hikawa managed to start the conception, taking fate and the prophecy into his own hands. He's also the one who made the drums we used to save and move around the Amala network. Also, since the conception is a cycle of death and rebirth of the world, he suggests that the cycle can be broken somehow, and then bids us farewell. I get to the entrance of the third Kalpa and meet the 4 Riders of the Apocalypse, each one with a candelabrum. Well, we have the next demon lineup at the very least. We can't enter the third Kalpa until we defeat the first 3 of the Riders. In due time we'll take care of it. In order to get out of the Labyrinth of Amala, I had to backtrack through the entire second Kalpa. Unfortunately, there's no way to teleport outside without getting to the initial part of a Kalpa, and I'm talking about the part after the candelabrums, which leads to the shaft that gets to the first, second, or the top floor of the labyrinth. On my way outside, Kalpa Tengu finally evolves into Karasu Tengu. It has less magic and agility, more strength and vitality, and repels wind instead of blocking it. You can also use Zanma, the mid-tier wind magic, so it can be of use, at the very least for now. Then I finally get out, and back to Ikebukuro, ready to face the tunnel. After my little excursion to the Labyrinth of Amala and releasing the 4 Riders of the Apocalypse, I go east from Ikebukuro to reach the station, which leads to the next dungeon, the Ikebukuro Tunnel. This place, being underground, is completely dark, so you can't see anything around you except for your glowing tattoos. But because I have the Pisaka that I bought from the broker in the first Kalpa, I have access to Light Toma. This fixes the issue, and so I carry on. I decide to drop the healing Nue just to have more room for new recruitments, and almost 5 minutes later, I recruit a Kelpie. It's not real good from the get-go, aside from the Mind Pulimpa skill, but it does get Diorama later on, so I thought I'd keep it around for that. Turns out it'll take a long time to get it, so maybe it wasn't really a smart move. The structure of the tunnel is like a labyrinth, and just like the first Kalpa, there are holes that you can drop that can hinder your progress. During a random encounter, I also learned that the hard way that focus can and will buff counter damage too if that's the next physical attack. Might come in handy actually. A few encounters later, Naga learns Fog Breath, which is essentially a double Sukunda. Well, well, looks like Naga will have some use after all. After this, I drop Kelpie, suit myself with the Miasma Magatama, and fight the first of 4 optional bosses in this area. The first special Oni, Suiki. I'm a cold demon. Won't do anything to you, so come over here. No. Don't call me a coward. I'm gonna beat you to a pulp. Suiki resists everything but fire, hence why Valkyrie is here and Mizuchi will just make her stronger. It hits very hard with physical and ice damage, but since it has no Dakunda, debuffs are your friends as usual. It will use Beast Eyes to get more turns, but with debuffs it shouldn't be an issue. In its phase 2, it switches to Dragon Eye and will start using Glacial Blast, so Miasma or Wadatsumi will help you here. Regardless, if you can survive the damage dealt by Glacial Blast and Berserk, this fight shouldn't take you long at all. Or I'm up by buffing magic at least. Oh well, never mind. I'm a Demi-Fiend. I'm half and half. A while later, I recruit Sarutahiko, another physical demon that can get focus and counter if you train him. Also has Light Toma too, in case you need it for the tunnel, and knows Light and Dark, which is okay. After some more roaming around, I get Kamuto back on and call back Harabaki on the front lines, because the second Oni, Kinki, is next. What do I need to answer here? I guess I picked the right one. This guy is a physical juggernaut. It cuts physical damage by 90%, so that's a big no-no. He is weak to magic, but in a weird way. He will take 50% more damage by the four main elements, fire, ice, wind, and electricity, but it won't give the press turn bonus, so don't bet on that. It doesn't help that he can debuff you and buff itself, and he'll do one of the two every turn he gets, although he doesn't seem to go for Sukunda and Sukukaja for some reason. Arabaki heal will help, since Kinki can't touch him, like, ever. He only has physical attacks. I get him to phase 2, where he will do both a buff and debuff because of Dragon Eye, but this is where you gotta hurry, or he'll cheap shot you with powerful moves. He also uses the Kunda here, which didn't help at all. Soon after, funnily enough, I managed to freeze it with Mabufula from Mizuchi and wail on it until it dies, since freeze apparently cancel physical defense, apparently. Being frozen nullifies your physical defense, huh. And now I get double hit, okay. What do I want to do here? You probably won't be able to hear it from my voice because I got people in the other rooms of the house, so I don't really want to bother them too much. But can you feel from my voice just how aggravated I am at this point? Like, seriously. I swear, I got lucky. I ignore the exit of the dungeon and head for the third Oni after this, Fuki. This fight is almost a mirror of Suiki resistances wise, just swap its fire weakness to electricity and ice immunity to wind, and this is why I have Karasu Tengu on the field. It'll use Makakaja to buff its magic and use Zama on you, which I know because Ifumi Magatama is a thing. With some debuffs and dodges, Fog Breath is OP sometimes, I get very quickly to its phase 2. And here switches to Tornado and Chip Shot Karasu to death with a crit Hell Thrust, and shuts down Naga and Mizuchi next with Tornado and Zandyne respectively, but immediately after that I shock him to death. That's annoying. and it was that close to death. Whatever. Guess only me and Valkyrie will get the XP. Now, remember how I said there were 4 Onis? Well, the 4th one only appears after you defeat the others. So get your best team on under a full moon, and in a room where you couldn't enter before, now there's the 4th Oni, Ongyoki. My name is Ongyoki. Yep, that's me. Illusions? Okay, what's this about? This is a gimmick fight. The Oni replicates himself, so there's 4 of him on the field. You won't know which is the real one unless you go in with a full moon, which highlights its shadow, so you have to hit that one. Doing so will dispel the copies. The general strategy would be to have one debuffer with Rakunda, a heavy hitter, and a buffer and debuffer. He'll mostly use Dragonite to give himself all 3 buffs and replicate again. If you're lucky, he'll go in a loop doing this over and over and he'll never attack you. He can hit you with strong physical moves and those will hurt because of the buffs, so do be very careful. Unfortunately, the first attempts end by a very unlucky crit, and on the second one, I got bound by status braid real quick. This doesn't help at all, but after that, he rarely attacks me, so I have plenty of time to recover, but his buffs outran my debuffs, forcing me to play extra careful and sacrifice a Dekaja Stone to shrink him down to size. He then stops hitting me for like 5 or 6 turns when I decide to replace Mizuchi with Harahabaki for safety. A few turns later, he actually goes down. And that's pitiful damage. But we won! Whew! I'll admit, that was a bit more stressful than I thought it would. But hey, got through that, that's good enough I guess. By defeating him in the next room, we unlock the second Magatama with physical resist in the game, Murakumo, which will make you learn Void Mind, Nerve, and Curse, as well as Chaos Blade, a physical move with high accuracy and 30% chance of panic. After this, I get out of the tunnel and immediately get to Asakusa, where shit went down immediately the moment I tried to get in the save room. Despite me trying to run away, I get ambushed by the first of the 4 riders, White Rider. My reaction says it all. Oh no. And I couldn't save. Well, this is sad. I have to wonder if Trafuri will get me out of this. Because something tells me no. I'm gonna have to redo the Ongyoki fight again, won't I? Sure, drop another save state. I'm a complete idiot. Here, I didn't even try then, I just had it kill me. The problem is, like I said, I had to redo the Ongyoki fight because that's where my last save was. This time it went better though, since I spammed Rakuna and Fog Breath a little more often, and it attacked me more, so it always had some debuffs on all the time, making it die much faster. I promptly dropped a save state the second I could enter Asakusa. This time though, I was well prepared for an ambush. I equipped Ankh Magatama, had Valkyrie, Naga, and Karasu at the ready, and I actually did manage to enter the save room, funnily enough. Apparently, Hijiri managed to came to the save room before us, somehow, and he tells us to explore the city while he investigates a little more for Onikawa from here. Then, I decide to go all in and try my luck against White Rider. Pro tip on the riders, don't stay too defensive. It's funny how he asks us to go all out, that's kind of a hint. The gimmick to rider fights is that they summon allies, this time being virtues, which are weak to wind. White Rider voids fire, and seems like he doesn't have the Kunda, but he does have Prominence, which is the strongest version of Fire Breath. And if used and hits Valkyrie, I drain all of its turns. Also, Virtues will use Rakunda on you, so do be careful. Another thing worth mentioning is that White Rider will use Dragon Eye and summon more Virtues in case you kill even one of them. And also has a light-based move called God's Bow, which is an insta-kill. Luckily, he never uses it on me, but I did have to Traja ready just in case. That's why Valkyrie was there, after all. The more the fight went on, the more I thought I could actually make it. I calmed down after seeing Virtue using Mediarama, and then focused my attention on White Rider immediately. Always try to beat the rider first and the ally second. It was a tense fight, and Karasu went down, but at the end, White Rider finally goes down on the first attempt. And now, although the fight doesn't immediately end there, you have to kill the virtues as well, so I dispatch of them real quick and end the fight. If that thing got a crit on me, I would be so pissed. Well, let's look at the bright side. I won. The downside is that I didn't really want to. I'll be completely honest with you, I wasn't planning to beat White Rider now, it was only supposed to be an attempt. But I'm lucky it went this well on the first try. After the fight, Valkyrie gets the skill Soul Recruit, which will allow her to recruit demons as well, and Naga not only gets Zionga by level up, but also evolves to Raja Naga, which is a better version of Naga stat-wise, and it also gains physical resistance. I get the candelabra from Bright Rider, get back to the save room, and that's where I end the day. After the ambush of White Rider in Asakusa, another rider was available, and I don't know what was wrong in my head at the time. And even though I was painfully aware it may end in failure, I thought I'd give a few shots. So I equipped the Murakuma Magatama, teleported to the Ginza underpass, and just outside the terminal room, here's the fifth fiend, Red Rider. There it is. So you're still alive, eh? You actually managed to defeat one of us. Very impressive. But I won't be as easy as the White Knight. Well, to be fair, White Rider was a little easier than I thought he would. I got lucky, I guess. My crimson armor shall glisten with your blood. Death be unto you, demi-fiend. And the funny thing is, he actually means it. Your madness is my joy. Shall we begin? Like White Rider before him, the Fiend will summon allies, this time being powers, which are only weak to dark. I only have that in the form of the unreliable Mudo from Eligor, so that's not gonna fly. I also forgot to enter with the new moon, so I tried without having Dark Might at hand. Red Riding Hood here as a boss is immune to wind and electricity, and also has the Kunda. Yay! But even with that, debuff him every time he uses it. It will save your life. Powers will buff him with Tarukaja, which works perfectly in tandem with Red's signature move, Terror Blade, a heavy physical damage move which hits all enemies even twice and can also inflict panic. I assure you, this move is so busted, and this is the reason why I need Murakumo and not Kamuto, since it make me way more susceptible to panic. I don't want that. The problem is, for this fight, only I can heal, and Medea definitely does not do the trick anymore. I really hope to replace it soon. Red also has access to two magic attacks, Wind Cutter, which is the strongest single target wind magic in the game, and Bolt Storm, the heavy damage version of Shock, which I like more since Rajanaga drains electricity. Even if I give it my all, Terror Blade causes panic on Rajanaga and Eligor, the latter even runs away because of this, and I get cheap shotted by a flying Hamon from Power. For attempt number 2, I go in with the new moon, and it doesn't go any better. Terrorblade kills everyone in my party, and since I was alone, I pretty much gave it up. And die. Yeah, this attempt went really down the drain. The third try, I get panicked and get hammered again. Fourth try, I decide to start using my brain to figure out a plan. I knew I wasn't gonna win. I try abuse Dark Might to deal some damage and use the Kaja Rocks to reset the stats, but Terror Blade is still way too strong and I get hit by a 3-hit attack from it. Rare to happen, yes, but extremely annoying, I can assure you. Attempt number 5, I get panicked again, drop about 60 to 80,000 Maka, and that's before dying. Not even Arahabaki could help. Before I knew, I was on the floor again. I get to attempt number 6, and this time I think I have a good game plan. I minimize their agility as fast as possible, abuse Dark Might with Eligor to deal damage and get some press turns, and use Rakukaja at least twice per turn by cycling through the various demons. This way I can keep up with the enemy's buffs. I also buff my attack and use Fog Breath even if it gets nullified. Terrorblade also seems to hit only once this time around, which is great for me. When my defense is maxed out, I attack Red Rider with all I got, and use healing items if I have to. I got to kill Red Rider as fast as I can, so I focus on him and him alone. I don't care if the powers attack me or use Amahon at this point. I also use the Kaja Rock at one point, and with a focus counter, Red Rider gets too low HP. I fully ignore the powers at this point, but I don't rush in, which ultimately proves to be a wise call. I keep debuffing, use a beat chain, and after that, Eligor finally capitalizes on Red Rider. Yes! God freaking damn it, yes! Just give me a second. After that, I only have to brutally massacre the powers, and then I can carry on. Having that. It took me just that, roughly 55 minutes, but... Thank fucking god this is over. I get the candelabra, get back into the save room as if my life depends on it, and get back to Asakusa. In here, I decide to leave from the northeastern exit and reach an area when there's a kid mannequin which invites us to play a puzzle video game. Normally, I wouldn't be saying what I did here, but he did say he'll give us an insect-looking thing if we played the minigame. And we're collecting insects in the forms of magatama, so as you can imagine, I decide to spend about 45 to 50 minutes to do it all. The puzzle game, at least to me, is actually kind of fun. The goal is to reach a specific point, moving around very neatly designed areas, I'd like to call them, moving cubes around to patch holes in the floor. There's 20 stages, each one slightly more complicated and satisfying to clear than the previous one. I'd recommend you play this without any guides, as it may be actually a good challenge for your brain. I also used this moment to interact more with my chat, catching up with a couple of people I didn't hear from in a good while too. Anyway, clearing the entire thing will grant you access to the geese magatama, or guys, I don't know the exact pronunciation. A magatama which implants you with healing skills. It grants you diorama, mediorama, and even diarahin. Knowing this, I equipped it immediately. I need mediorama as quickly as possible to replace Medea, even if this means getting Divine Shot a little later in the process, but I really don't care. Priorities, man, they are important. On my way back, I also recruit an Orthrus. He's not amazing, but eventually, if trained, he will get War Cries, so maybe he won't be totally useless, who knows. I run around the central area of Asakusa until I get to Mifunashiro, where I meet Furumimi again. Unfortunately, he forbids us to enter Mifunashiro since it's technically the mannequin's holy ground, or rather the place they were born from. And then he warns us about a road mannequin named Sakahagi. Apparently he's dangerous. Wonder if we're gonna meet him. And as it turns out, not 10 minutes later, we actually meet the guy. And tells us he wants all the Makatsuhi he can get his hands on to rule over the demons, and then just up and leaves. Doesn't even try to attack us. Smart move. I then return to Hijiri, who is done investigating at this point, and he shows us the results. Looks like the obelisk in Chiyoda is the source of the nightmare system of Ikawa's, and it turns out is being operated by Mr. Cow. Hijiri asks us to stop it, we agree, and we head back to the Assembly of Nihilo to reach the area of the obelisk. We're gonna have to take a secondary entrance to go underground. You can get there by going around the world map. There's a big highway before the warehouse that leads to the Great Underpass of Ginza. You may remember that area. We're gonna have to go underground again, which means it's gonna be a dark area, so do have light balls at hand or the Lightoma skill. I'm gonna skip what I did in this part since nothing much really happened, just some random encounters. The biggest thing that happened in here happened near the end, funnily enough, where Karasu Tengu leveled up and the game turned Zanma into Mazamna, but that's pretty much it. We reached the exit from the Assembly of Nihilo, and now we're in front of the obelisk at long last. But this is gonna be a story for another time. The obelisk has been one of my favorite dungeons in terms of level design, and I'll explain why soon. Demons in here are actually around our party level, so battles can be complicated, but if you know their weaknesses, you should be able to pass by. This place operates on multiple floors via elevators and stairs, and you have to find the correct path. It's never real clear at first glance where you have to go, so if you can find a map or guide to this place, it'll definitely help, but I suggest you go for it without one of those. Pisaka gives me a vitality incense, and soon after I meet the three guardians of this place, the Moray sisters, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, all under Hikawa's orders to keep Mr. Cow in here. A few minutes later, the dungeon shows its gimmick. There are light globes which reset the moon phase and tiles you can walk on to make the phase move forward in time. You can proceed by triggering the moon phase shown on the gates, and while the first few ones are easy, others are really not, so you gotta keep an eye out and use your brain. Again, try not to use a guide, it's really satisfying to do on your own. With a heavy heart, I decide to part with Gui Xian in order to recruit a new demon which I really need, Berith. Much like Eligor, it resists physical and death, but also drains fire and lures the valuable skill the Kaja, which can cancel enemy buffs. We'll need this skill as the Kaja rocks aren't really that easy to come by. After another moon puzzle, I get into a room with 5 elevator paths from left to right. Pro tip, just take the third for a treasure chest containing a Soma if you pick the right moon phase, and then the second one to proceed. The first, fourth, and fifth won't get you anywhere, at least as far as I can remember. I clear yet another moon puzzle, and I can reach an area with a terminal and a Cathedral of Shadows. This was put in here just in case you want to fuse some demons. And usually in the normal run, now that I think about it, you should be able to start fusing Hellbiker around this point. Albeit with some minor grinding since it's still level 42. In the next area, Mizuchi finally learns Fog Breath, and then it evolves in the Dragon Long, or Seiryu for Persona fans. A little weaker resistances-wise, since its Ice Null becomes a drain, doesn't drain electricity anymore, but still, he will be very useful in the fights to come. I keep climbing until I reach the next moon puzzle, clear it, and reach the basement floor. Here we can find, after a long hallway, a treasure chest containing a spyglass, an infinite use item which has the analyze effect. Here, I can tell you that you can keep it, but I technically have no use for it, since I do know most demons' weaknesses anyway, so I'll probably sell it for its value of 50,000 Maka when I need it, if I need it. I find my way back up, Barrett finally learns the Kaja, and I reach a room with a Fountain of Life. Since I can heal almost whenever I want, I decide to grind one level so I can get my hands on the Mediarama skill. At the same time, Pisaka learns the Kunda. Maybe I'll have a reason to bring it into combat now, here and there. I go back to the Nirvana Magatama for Divine Shot in 2 levels and carry on. We get to the final save terminal where, in the next room, there's the final moon puzzle. Inside this room we have to fight the 3 sisters, but if you leave they will respawn, so you gotta deal with all 3 one at a time without exiting the room. I started with the easiest one, that being Clotho. Clotho has 3 things going for her. She can charm you with Marin Karin, heal up, and use Mahama. But the sister have a few HP, so with proper use of debuffs, this fight will last just a couple of minutes. Even if she kills Raganaja, I call it back, and after about dealing 2000 points of damage, she runs away. Next up on the beat up list is Lachesis, and now things start to get a little tricky. Lachesis uses buffs and debuffs, casts physical or magic barriers, and uses physical attacks. Barrier theory is okay because all buffs are best cancelled. All that aside, buff up, avoid hitting a shield when it's set up, remember it only lasts a turn, and she'll run up again after 2000 points of damage roughly. Atropos is the last one of the three, and her gimmick is that she uses all 4 element magic. If she spots a weakness in your party, she will exploit it. So, elemental resistance variety is key here. If one nulls it, she loses both turns. The strategy is still the same, but she does take a bit more damage, but maybe only roughly 3 to 500 HP more. Now you can go out of the room, save if you need, and when you take the elevator in the room after the moon puzzle, you fight the 3 sisters together. Not much changes from the individual fights, you just fight them all 3 at the same time, and they do the same thing, so I won't repeat myself for what they do. The basic strategy is to kill Clotho first, since she can heal, Lachesis for eliminating buffs and debuffs, and then Atropos for last. So long as you don't get too unlucky with all of that, this will be an easy win. Leveling up, Rajanaga gets Counter, Barret gets Moragion, and I get the D-Jet Magatama, which nulls Curse, and makes me learn all 4 buff skills plus the Kaja. We'll need this Magatama for the next Fiend fight, I'll just say that outright. I ascend the light, stop the obelisk from draining Magatsuhi, and free Mr. Cow. She's happy to see us, but disappointed in her lack of actual power to take creation into her own hands, and was just a tool for Ikawa. Seeing all this, she turned to a hidden god and... Well, that was unexpected. This is Aradia, a god hailing from the depths of Amala, encouraging us to make our own world a reality it gives us the power in the form of 2 more demon slots, the last one we'll get in the game, before taking Mr. Cow and leaving. Then comes Lucifer, telling us the time for creation is nigh, and the reason holders will clash to make their own reason prevail. And he doesn't really care which path we take as long as we don't bore him. And then he leaves. Cryptic as ever, I see. We leave the obelisk and teleport to Asakusa, where Hijiri is happy to see us successful. He then shares what he had learned, making a recap on how reason worked for those who forgot or didn't follow what the hell is going on, and then he said he spotted a boy inside the Amala network. Must be Isamu. He doesn't seem to be in danger though, which is perplexing given the nature of the place, so he can send us to him to check up on him. But before that, there are a couple of things I need to do. And for that, I return to the second Kalpa of the Amala Labyrinth. I start grinding a bit in order to get Divine Shot, and meanwhile Karasu Tengu evolves into Kurama Tengu, now draining wind and nullifying light. Valkyrie also learns Counter, and I finally get Divine Shot. You may be wondering why is it so good and why do I want it? Well, it's easy really. It deals heavy physical damage on one target, has very high accuracy, and a very solid critical chance. This is gonna be our best move for a good while, probably even near the end game, since it has the potential of being a real boss shredder as long as they don't resist physical. I do have trouble deciding what to drop for Divine Shot until I realize that I do need MP for debuffs, so I decide to take out the 25 MP cost Tornado. It did serve me well this far, but now that I have Kurama Tengu, I really don't need it anymore on me. After some research, off screen of course, I also returned to the obelisk in order to recruit an uncut. This little thing gets good skills and can evolve twice. It will get access to all buffs minus Makakaja, and it will be a very solid physical unit with high crit chance. Even if it'll take a good amount of time and investment, his evolution cannot be obtained via fusion however, so this will be worth it. And grind it a little bit more in order for Kurama to get Violet Flash, in order to get some good light coverage, Might for Valkyrie, and Hellfire on myself from the Gehenna Magatama for mid-fire damage in place of shock. With all this done, I say I'm gonna be ready for what comes next. After the power trip in and out of the obelisk, I remember I can now deal with the third of the 4 riders, which is conveniently where it all started, Shinjuku Medical Hospital. Head for room 204B and we'll find Black Rider ready and waiting. Today, the Riders' allies are legions, probably the quote-unquote least threatening, even if they do buff magic and resist physical damage. The strategy is relatively simple. Debuff, since it doesn't have the Kunda, make sure you have the Dijet Magatama on because of its unique move, Soul Divide, a magic attack that halves all of your party HP unless you null Curse, and also has a chance to mute. This is probably the least worrying of its attacks. What you need to worry about are the magic buffs from Legion, because Ryder here has the literally almighty spell Megidolon. And you don't need a big brain to guess how much it hurts with full buff magic. Even if I use the Kaja, it's Megidolion and Glacial Blast that put me on my knees, and I decide to throw in the towel on this attempt. The second attempt goes a bit smoother. I fully debuff their attack and agility on turn 1, then I make sure I take out all of their defense and I survive until I'm done. It helps that Long actually drains the Glacial Blast as well as all their turns when that happens. By the time I'm done, a focused Divine Shot deals almost 2000 damage, and Black Rider only has 4600 HP. Damn. Then I start rushing in on Ryder, and despite some minor setbacks, I call for Berith and Aura Habaki, and finally Divine Shot to death my first boss. Defeating the Legions after that was a walk in the park, to be honest. Violet Flash from Kuramatengu makes this fight a little easier if you have him alive, but in case you don't, just hit them with everything you got. With this fiend dealt with, we have access to the third Kalpa of the Labyrinth of Amala, but now's not the time for that. I heal up in Asakusa and told Hijiri to send me in the Amala network. Now this place has the exact same enemies as the last time, way back in the early game. Fighting them has no actual purpose, maybe gathering some gemstones in full Kagetsuchi, so make sure to bring a stoma with you, and make sure you keep it on. We navigate around the dungeon, which has a gimmick. There are some rooms which will spawn walls to block you if you pick the wrong path. Nothing that will soft lock you, but can be somewhat annoying. After some running around, we find the Spectre boss from last time. This fight has some novelty in it, as in, it has the almighty spell Megiddo. However, he doesn't have the MP to use it. He will use mana drain to get the MP he needs from you, but not all copies will use it all at once. Be sure to prioritize those who get your MP, either by killing them, since they do have like 700 HP, so it's not really that much, or get back the MP. And luckily, Long can do that with mana drain. So long as they can't use Megiddo, the fight is a complete joke. Focus the Spectres one by one and you'll win easily. Past the Spectre, a shadow stops us, asks us some questions, and we finally get to see Samu. He changed a lot in his time in Amala, and also found his reason.
to create Musubi, a world where each person in their own isolation can create their own reality without need for others. And then he just up and leaves. We get out of the Amala network. Hijiri tells us he'll look for Isamu himself and asks us to leave him alone for the time being. After doing some exploration in the nearby tunnels out of Asakusa, a Hua-Po tells us something is happening in Ikebukuro. So I head there, and lo and behold, Hikawa is there, recognizing us as the demi-fiend of the prophecy. He tells us he has the Magatsuhi he needed for a while, hence the little resistance at the obelisk, as well as testing us. We then get to hear his reason, Shijima, a world where people will serve the world, not exploit it, which seems noble at first, but it's hinted that this will also take free will away from humanity, all this in an endless cycle. Then Hikawa leaves, and Hijiri hints about the mannequins being up to something. A quick trip to Mifunashiro shows us that the mannequin kinda want their own reason, even if they're not human. A world where mannequin can be accepted. It's not said in this cutscene, but you get the point. And warns us that there's a great evil growing in Yoyogi Park, which is a threat to all of their people. As I head into the next area, the flames of the candelabra flicker. The fourth rider is ready for us, and I am ready for it. But in an unorthodox twist, I'll use the Pisaka from the broker as well as the Yomante Magatama. You'll see why. I dive in the vortex world willingly and meet with death itself, Pale Rider. The Rider's allies are Loa, very annoying SOBs. The fight orbits around two gimmicks. The Loa have the skill Debilitate, a triple debuff to lower all stats by one stage at the same time. Hence why Pisaka is here. We need its Dekunda to get rid of that as soon as possible and stay alive. The second gimmick lies in insta-kill moves. See, both Pale Rider and Loa have moves which can either cause poison or sleep. And Pale Rider has access to two insta-kill moves, the first one being Eternal Rest, which kills you when you're asleep, and its signature move Pestilence, which can kill you if you are poisoned. Aside from Mabufu dying, which actually got spammed quite a lot, didn't expect that, I debuff and rush Pale Rider, and he goes down relatively fast since a focused Divine Shot with good setup deals over 1k in damage, and Rider has 5000 HP. The Loas are frail and you can damage them very easily, but do be careful. They do have the skill Last Resort, so make sure you don't leave them at low HP. Also, fun fact, if they use Last Resort, Pale Rider will actually heal off of that. A focused Divine Shot will do the trick at this point. That was much easier than I anticipated. It's always fun to see how the easiest fight is the last one when they are in the group, and the first three are actually tougher. When the Riders dispatched, now only two Fiends are left, with a third one you need to go through for the true demon ending. I explore some more and find a junk shop owned by the collector mannequin, which has some new Magatamas to sell. For now, I settle to buy only the Vimana Magatama, which has the skill Endure. I carry on until I reach my next destination, the Asakusa Tunnel. In here, we find some slain mannequins. Sakahagi's handiwork. Same deal as the Ikebukuro Tunnel, it's dark, so light balls or lightoma are your best friends. Unlike the Ikebukuro Tunnel, this area is much smaller. Nothing much happens and there aren't many good demons I want in here. A good, probably best pick, in here is the Demon Titan, which has access to Beseech to help recruit higher level demons, Retaliate, which is a double power counter, and Taunt. I run around getting the few chests I can find and exit the tunnel, reaching the right entrance to Yoyogi Park. Now I am ready to proceed. Last time we reached the east entrance to Yoyogi Park, but we won't enter there today. We're gonna focus on some side questing. First and foremost, now I am strong enough to attempt a secondary boss. So I warp to Shibuya, make a team of full physical and wind-resistant demons, and behind the building in the main intersection, on a full moon phase, I stumble upon two mannequins and a Baphomet trying to summon a powerful demon. I make them rush the summon, and what comes out is Mara. Now, Mara would be a terrifying demon, but because I rush them, it gets summoned in its incomplete slime form. That doesn't mean the fight will be easy though. The guy has access to strong physical skills like Hell Thrust and Hades Blast, which have good critical chance, can inflict status ailments, use the Kaja, and... funnily enough, he's the only boss in the game who can use the skill Diarahan, the full HP single target healing spell, at will. Meaning, if you don't kill it in one turn, he will heal and you will be back to square one. Luckily, he only has 2300 HP and no Dakunda to heal debuffs. Admittedly, as you could see, the fight didn't start too well with Kurama Tengu being killed on turn 1 and Longaraja Naga being charmed. But despite all that, I managed to debuff him and keep myself alive in the process. By the time I managed to fully debuff it, all its stats, defense included, I know I can kill it in one go. Especially if Divine Shot is focused and it's a crit. With some Tarukaja just to be on the safe side, I take aim and fire the killing blow, which can almost kill Mara twice over. Defeating Mara gives you the Muspel Magatama, which increases your resistance to ailments and teaches you the best skill for mind, curse, and nerve damage. Good as they might be in normal battle, they will be pointless in later parts of the game, so I might actually forgo those. Now, I thought I was strong enough to dive in the third Kalpa of the Labyrinth of Amala, so I get there and give it a shot. Watch out for random encounters here, however, since you can fight Ose, and if he decides... no, when he decides to use Dragonite to attack you, either you can run, or I hope you are strong enough to survive, because if you don't, you will be losing some progress. The gimmick of the third Kalpa is that there are 3 routes you can take, locked behind doors which will open depending on your stats. The stats in questions being Strength, Magic, or Luck. Each section has 3 doors with different stat requirements, Strength and Magic requiring 15 points to enter, and 20 and 25 to open the other doors. Meanwhile, Luck has lower requirements, those being 10 to enter and then I believe 13 and 15. Since mine is a physical build, I know I can enter the Strength area, and so I do. finding a death stone for you who can fuse demons. Keep in mind, to reach the end part, you don't need to open the 20 and 25 point doors, just the 15 one is fine. Also, each section has a shady broker, 2 with demons, another one with some death stones. But they are locked after the highest requirement doors, as well as an alignment door. Your Demi-Fiend alignment depends on the Magatama that you have mastered. I didn't mention this before, but there are 3 types of Magatama. Light-based, the light blue ones in the Magatama menu, the neutral ones, which are green, and the dark ones, which are dark blue. The shady broker I want is in the light aligned door, which I have because I mastered 2 light and 1 neutral Magatama by now, which has a level 50 Aura Habaki with plenty of defensive / support skills. The dark door is in the strength section, which has a weak level 4 Preta, with access however to the almighty Megiddo line spells and some support skill, making it perfect fodder. The one in the Lux section, you need to be neutral. Anyway, I reached the hub area after the stats sections. Be careful here, by the way, because demons are starting to get real tough. Anyway, in here, a Jack Frost warns us about a guy with pistols and a huge sword. Uh-oh. Not 20 seconds later, we meet Dante yet again. He tells us he has an inkling that Lucifer wants the Fiend to kill each other off, Hunger Games style, and kindly asks us at gunpoint to leave, because if we proceed, he will hunt us down. No matter the answer you give to him, he will now be waiting in the next area. The moment you cross the door, he will run at you, shooting at you at the same time. If you can surpass him, you'll explain the rules of this game of tag you're about to play. If we want to move forward, we need to trigger some switches, but he will be on our tail all the time. If he catches us, he will fight us, hit us once with a 40% chance insta-kill almighty move for demons, run away, and turn all the switches off, because we can't have nice things if we lose. The first floor isn't too bad, you just need to move smartly. Once you trigger both switches, Dante won't chase you everywhere, but he will guard the gate to the next area, so you must draw him away and use the warp portals to lure him away far enough and get to the gate. The second floor has 3 switches, all in corners of the map, but Dante here is actually easier to trick. They're behind maze areas, and they usually have a blind spot for you to exploit, like the L-shaped free area in the northern switch. And 2 pillars you can use to run around Dante in the southwest and northeast switches area. Again, after the third one, Dante will be guarding the exit. Lure him away, and the tag game will end. However, a few moments later, Dante catches up to us, and the real fight can now begin. If you thought the Dante fight in Ikebukuro was hard, this is an even worse version. But let's go in order. He has access to all the skills he had in the previous fight. like Ebony and Ivory, which is a 4-hit physical attacks, Rebellion, which I learned to be an undodgeable attack with sky-high critical hit rate, Bullet Time, another physical move we can inflict panic and is also undodgeable, Holy Star to heal debuffs, as well as Provoke, which is a taunt with MP regen effect. These are all the moves he can use on Phase 1. An excellent strategy to display here, albeit MP expensive, is to use Tetrakarn or attack mirrors to repel physical attacks while you buff yourself up. Uncut luckily has it, and I use it while raising my stats all the same, as well as using chakra drops to maintain the MP pool of the guy. By the time my setup is complete, I start shaving a good chunk of Dante's 5000 HP. When Phase 2 begins, he gets more skills like Whirlwind and Round Trip, which are wind and electric AoE attacks, Stinger, the high crit physical almighty hybrid, and the insta-kill moves he uses when he chases you, as well as Showtime, which is his strongest move, an almighty attack that deals a crap ton of damage to the entire party. But I get lucky and he keeps Bullet Time, which Tetrakarn reflects every single time. It takes one more Divine Shot to bring him to low HP and enter Phase 3. I made sure to debuff him just to make him waste a turn with Holy Star preparing for Showtime, only to get another Bullet Time. He could have won since my defense was minimized at the time, but nope. Anyway, Bullet Time did hit me because Tetrakarn was not up, and despite me getting panicked, Rajanaga counters for a lucky victory. This made me save money, that's for sure. After the fight, because I had the Vimana Magatama equipped, I get the Endure skill, which I get replacing Counter. Don't worry, I'll probably get a better version of Counter later. Dante expresses that he's not gonna follow Lucifer's plans to kill the fiends, and out of respect, he gives us his own candelabrum to go forward, and bids us farewell, sure to meet us again.
At the side of the east entrance to Yoyogi Park, we find Miss Takao inside a room. She laments having lost most of her power, and how Ikawa won't be able to control her any further. And now she's after the power necessary to create her own world, taking creation into her hands. However, without the reason from Oradia, she can't really do much. To learn it, she says she needs the power that comes from the Yahiro no Himorogi, a stone containing a huge quantity of Magatsuhi, which should be in the park, hence why many are looking for it. And it seems like someone evil got his hands on it. Wonder who? She asks us to retrieve the stone for her and gives us the key to unlock the park's doors. Now we can enter the dungeon area of the park. In here, all demons of the fairy race are present, and I immediately get my hands on Oberon, the second strongest level-wise fairy. It resists physical, can use Mediarama immediately, and will also learn at a higher level different level of elemental spells, which means he's a pretty solid demon overall. The gimmick of this dungeon is that the pixies can teleport you seemingly at random if you take the wrong path. After some wandering around, I recruit Setanta. His stats are okay, he can use Tsukukaja, and can evolve in a pretty strong unique demon if you're willing to train him. Random encounters are starting to be tricky, but I don't let them take me down. On my way deeper inside, a Titania demon will send more pixies our way, but the gimmick stays the same. Nothing exciting really happens until Kuramatengu learns Fog Breath, making him the third demon to know it with Rajanaga and Long. It is worth mentioning that you need to be careful in random encounters, mostly because of Titania. She's a high level demon, level 57 to be exact, with Glacial Blast too,
So high weakness or 2 hits from that thing, and you can kiss your life goodbye. Continuing deeper inside, we meet Oberon, stepping up the game, sending High Pixie to find us. This is where the game starts to get a little trickier. Based on your movements, the fairies will change formation. What it means is that they will be in different corners of the map, changing position depending on your movements. When they say cross formation, they will be in the north, south, east, and west paths. When they say X formation, they will be stationed in the northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest paths. And you gotta keep track of it when they move around. I would tell you what to do exactly, but I honestly believe that it would be best for you to figure out the puzzle on your own. It's really not that bad, and it can really be fun. After passing through the High Pixies, Oberon warns us his strongest troop await us, and Troll thrashed the platform to see the dungeon from above. I forgot to mention that there are some around, by the way, if you do need help, usually near the save terminals. Now you can't know exactly where the pixies are, waiting for you to get teleported, so it becomes a bit of a guessing game. But you might want to be teleported around a little bit, since there are some treasure to collect by doing this. After a lot of trials and tribulation, we reach the final save terminal next to our objective, the central comms tower. But before entering, I decide to grind a bit. This allows my uncut to evolve into Hanuman. By the way, the footage of his evolution got corrupted, but evolution is the only way to get Hanuman, so I'm in the clear as long as we're talking about the rules of the challenge. My team now will be myself with the Vimana Magatama, but Murakumo would actually be better, Hanuman for physical resist, and Sukukaja, Kurama Tengu for his high wind damage thanks to Wind Cutter, and Long with more buff and debuff support. Inside the comms tower, we meet with Sakahagi, who got to the stone before us. Said he beat up a girl badly to get the item, and with its Magatsuhi, now he can control strong demons, so he proceeds to summon the elephant demon, Giramakala. This chubby nice fellow is a funny one. He's completely immune to physical attacks, he repels them in fact, and he is also somewhat sturdy for only having 4000 HP. He has a variety of moves ranging from physical and curse attacks that can bind, panic, or poison you, Beast Eye for extra turns, which you will use all the time, Tarukaja, Sukukaja, Rakunda, and Dakunda as well, so debuffs are not the best plan. Since he cannot remove your own buffs, however, that's the best course of action. When you're all set, you need to use magic to chip away at his huge belly, and luckily Kurama's Wind Cutter can easily deal about 800 damage when buffed properly, making this fight relatively fast. Also, Demi-Fiend is my only healer here, so Panic Voice is my worst enemy. If you feel unsure, just go with the Yomante Magatama instead and you will be fine. It takes me a few turns going back and forth from healing to attacking, but eventually, I blow Giramakala away. But the fight is not over yet. Sakahagi joins the fray, but he's a total joke. If you buffed up, attack, and focused, one single divine shot will put him in his place. We retrieved the Yahiro no Himorogi, but because Sakahagi used it to summon Girmakala, it has no Magatsuhi left inside. However, now the fairies are free from the stone's influence and appear to be friendly, allowing us to take it with us. But they warn us that the girl that was here before us, the one Sakahagi beat up and escaped, is more evil than the mannequin we just defeated. I guess we best be careful here from here on out. Here is where I'd leave, but no. There's one last thing that I really must do. I release Eligor and grind some more. Hanuman lures Rakukaja, making him a well-rounded buffer with 3 buff skills, Tarukaja, Sukukaja, and Rakukaja. Kurama gets Starlight for some light element coverage, which I lacked, and I reach level 57. And now, I waste no time at all in finding and recruiting probably one of the best demons of the No Fusion run yet, Titania herself. She has very high magic, starts with only Glacial Blast, unfortunately, but give her 1 level and she will get Mediarahan, which fully heals my team HP. This early on, it's an awesome skill to have. Also, she repels light and dark, as well as resists the other 4 magic elements. She will definitely be useful to us, especially when we will have to go inside the Labyrinth of Amala again. We warp back to the east entrance of Yoyogi Park to return to Mr. Cow. We leave the empty stone in her hands, and Oradia shows up again. It asks us a few more questions which will give some reason points, and tells us a new force is about to be born in Ikebukuro, before becoming quiet again. Yuko is sad because Aradia apparently won't talk to her about her reason, and leaves to observe the other reason holders. Looks like we need to lay another visit to the Mantra HQ, but this might not be pleasant, as well as a story for another time. While I was on my way out of Yoyogi Park, I remembered something. Because I defeated the 4 riders already, on the west area of the park, my Chakra Drops farming ground to be precise, there's another fiend fight that I can do. So I rush there post-haste, equip the Narukami Magatama, and party up with Rajanaga, Long, and Kurama Tengu. And in the empty west room, I get to meet the next fiend, Mother Harlot, who tries to make us his new boy toy. This fight is a bit problematic, like the Girmakala one. For one, she can repel physical attacks, making myself mostly a support/debuff bot. It also drains electricity, but she also uses it, so Rajanaga is nice to have since it drains her turns. Her normal attacks hits weekly 7 times, and her unique skill, Beast Roar, deals good almighty damage and heals 10% of her max HP, which can prove problematic if I don't deal enough damage every turn. During the first turn, Kurama got wiped out, and I need him for his Wind Cutter skill, so I attempt to revive him. However, after using Dragon Eye, she Dekunda her debuffs, focus up, and kills off Long and Kurama with normal attacks. It's easy to see how this attempt goes down the drain, so I basically stop trying, and even commit seppuku. Second attempt, I decide to swap Rajanaga with Hanuman and try buffing myself since she doesn't have the Kaja on hand. And this works well enough. While Hanuman and Long focus on buffing the team, I stall for turns long enough, chip away at her HP with Kurama's Wind Cutter in the process. The plan works well, even if Long gets muted at one point. Also, for some reason, Mother Harlot doesn't go for Beast Roar much. So I have to take that as an opportunity, and burst through. After many turns of braving at normal attacks plus Mazionga combos from her, Mother Harlot eventually goes in phase 2 with low HP, and her barrage of attacks does not change the end result. After we get the candelabrum, I go back to Asakusa to have a chat with Hijiri, stating Isamu is gone within the Amala network, and something is going on in Ikebukuro again. Also, he seems rather upset by controlling the power of Amala. Anyway, I return to the Mantra HQ all the way in Gozu Tenno's chamber. Seems like Chiaki somehow made it there, and Gozu Tenno isn't really dead after all. And apparently he was calling for her, sensing a rage and lust of power similar to his own in the girl. Chiaki laments that her reason is about to be lost, much like her arm, and Gozu Tenno decides to offer her its remaining power, which she gladly accepts and transforms. Now Chiaki has the power to shape her own reason, and revels in it. As we head out, we see angels being drawn to Chiaki's reason, which is odd if you ask me. Usually angels are the followers of order, the law route in most SMT games, but Yosuga is technically the chaos route, which is the opposite. Yes, the angels went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and decided to say screw law, we'll have some chaos today. Oh well, never mind that. I leave the Mantra HQ and I know there's another optional boss fight at this point. To find it, we need to go back to Kabukicho prison, to where we fought Mizuchi to be precise. For the upcoming fight, I use the Anathema Magatama to null death, Long for ice protection, Kurama for wind power, and Titania as a backup unit that needs the experience and nulls death. We enter Mizuchi's room and we find a huge black Jack Frost. Black Frost, the Emperor of Kabukicho. This guy can be either a pain or a complete joke. As moves, it has Mamudun, Mabufudine, Berserk, so nothing we can't really deal with. Doesn't have the Kaja and the Kunda on hand, but that's not the real issue. Black Frost has very good resistances. Physical attacks deal only 10% of the normal damage. It nulls fire, light and dark, and drains ice. The only way to harm him is via wind or electric magic. Despite the fact that Long and Kurama get killed by Mamudun, I can easily get back on my feet since 2 fog breaths here make wonders. By the time I revive both my demons and enter phase 2 with buffs applied, all I need is one well-placed wind cutter. Black Frost reverts into a Jack Frost, melts away, and drops the Satan Magatama for me. This gives 2 skills that may be useful. Jive Talk to recruit Foul, Haunt, and Wilder clan demons outside of the full Kagetsuchi phase, and Deadly Fury, a high damage and crit AoE physical attack. But for now, I'll leave it be. I return to Hijiri, who is more and more obsessed with the idea of controlling the Amala network and now wants to create the new world. But Isamu thinks otherwise and kidnaps him through the network itself. How is beyond me. But I'm not rushing after him just yet. I make a quick stop to the Labyrinth of Amala, 3rd Kalpa to be exact. Remember the first room with switches you come across when Dante chases you? Well, if you return there now, we get to meet Black Frost, which has returned. Bite-sized though. If you have a slot free in your party, he forcefully joins you. And I have to say, I don't mind at all. Sure, his moveset is a bit meh, learning Diorama as well as Void Curse, Nerve, and Mind, but his stats and resistances are awesome to have at this stage of the game. Plus, I will need him to level Strength at least by 1 point to access a certain area, but we'll get to that later on. All in all, he's probably the 3rd best free demons you can get in this game. If you played Nocturne already, you may know who are the 2 best ones, but again, it's a story for later. I return to Asakusa, make a physical party, and dive in the Amala network one last time to find Hijiri. We find Izamu, saying he's ready to summon his god and invites us to the Amala temple, where Hijiri will also be. 5 seconds later, that damn specter shows up again. Persistent little thing, I'll give him that, but it's time to put it out of its misery. I'll start by saying, no magic will work, only physical moves. But on the first turn, debuff them as much as you can. Why? Well, the jolly fellow over here will use Last Resort, an almighty attack that deals heavy damage to all by sacrificing itself. It should harm the other Spectre copies, but they are immune to that kind of damage in this fight. The best strategy would be to kill them all at once or one-shot them one by one. I don't have access to attack all, so I divine shot them one by one. The battle itself isn't really hard since they don't have more than 750 HP, but they can summon more of themselves and use the Kaja, making the process much slower. If they call for more, focus on the new ones since they won't have the debuffs you have already applied. It takes me a while because of the gathering spam, but all in all, it was only a matter of 5 minutes before I was done. Rajanaga gets Void Fire, nullifying his weakness in place of life gain. Hanuman gets Endure in place of sacrifice, and finally, I'm through with the Amala network for good. We finally reached the Amala temple. Isamu invites us to enter, but that won't happen today. I have one tiny last thing to do before entering. I say goodbye to my longtime friend Valkyrie, and outside the Amala temple I recruit a Sparta. This guy is good. High magic and agility, repels wind, nullifies ailments, has Tsukukaja and Fog Breath along with Zandine. I can easily see why he's a fan favorite for low level and no fusion runs, and that's why he's gonna come with me. Last time we managed to reach the Amala temple. The area, Isamu says, is divided in 3 temples that we have to explore. And I have mixed feelings about the place. This is, for me, the point where the game stops being nice, if it ever was, and actively tries to kill you. Fun fact, this is where I stopped playing the game during my first ever run, partially because I was bad at the game and knew only 10% of the stuff that I know today. I decided to start by exploring the Black Temple. Here we can find enemies that caliber of Osei, aka enemies that can slaughter you in the blink of an eye if you don't pay attention. Also, many demons here resist physical or magic, so be careful what moves you throw around. This is probably the less gimmick of the three temples, as it's only pitch black and requires lightoma or light balls to see around you. If you want to progress, you need to enter some blue light columns, and the worthwhile things to mention before reaching the end area is Oberon getting Tornado, and the fact that if you want to reach the boss room, you need to drop down a hole behind a door on the second floor. Once you do that, you reach the boss room. I equip the Kamuta Magatama on me and party with Oberon for healing, Long because of Endure, and Hanuman for buffs. And in the boss room, we fight the demon LCL. This head that swims in the ground is a pain and a half on different levels. It has 8000 HP, the Kunda, the Kaja, and more. But it usually follows two patterns. Using Dragon Eye and spamming Mana Drain 5 times, then follow up with a move that might be a demonetization flag, Soul Niger, or Black Sun in Latin, which brings all enemies' HP to 1, then follow up with a normal attack, which I knew was coming. If you don't have Tetrakarn or Endure, and it hits you, you lose, full stop. However, Soul Niger is very well telegraphed, so you can plan for it. Every time I see Mana Drain, I make sure that Hanuman can cast Tetrakarn and brace for impact. It also has Tempest, which is better since I can actually dodge it. The hard part is to balance out healing and defending with keeping up a good damage pace, making it worse by the very occasional Kunda or the Kaja, but ultimately, after a good 7-minute battle, it goes down. Isamu now speaks, surprised at how quickly we dealt with one temple. Next up is the White Temple, which was a headache involving some trial and error. The gimmick here is that there are rooms that will teleport you in a different location, and you need to figure out where to go while being bombarded by pretty high level demons like Titania. Although spoilers, there's one demon that might interest me enough. While dancing around the floor, my Titania levels up and gets Medea ran, making her the definitive healer of my current party, as well as dropping an agility instance for good measure. Not bad at all. 10 minutes later, and I finally recruit a new demon in Gogmagog. He's not too shabby. He has decent stats, good resistances, and if you're willing to level him up, gets access to Torunda, Rakunda, and Sukunda. I'll keep him around, although I'm not sure if I'll train him and keep him as of yet. After getting an aneurysm for how annoying the teleports were, I finally managed to find the boss door. I equipped the Magatama to null bind, and with Titania, Hanuman, and Oberon, I fight the temple's boss, Albion. This guy is much weaker compared to LCL, but he does have a gimmick. When he's alone, he will summon 4 small demons, each with a different element, which you can guess by the colors. Having access to all 4 main magic elements, or Makarakarn, is a good idea, as well as debuffs, because Albion not only has a pitiful 2700 HP, but no Kunda or the Kaja. It does have some scary physical attacks, the worst being Hades Blast, but with Fog Breath and Warcry, it won't be an issue. I swapped Oberon with Long, and in the meantime, I'd start trying. what you want to do is eliminate 3 of the 4 small demons. Why? Because if you kill all 4, Albion will summon them again. If Albion dies before all 4 small ones are gone, they will revive him, even if you leave only 1. So you gotta take out Albion and the last of the 4 small one in a single turn. I bring back Oberon and bring Albion to low HP, wait 1 turn, and deal the final blow to Albion and then to the Elect Blob. Oberon gets Bufudine and we get the Adama Magatama. This is rad as hell. It gives high vitality and has Bolt Storm, the best elect magic in the game for a Demi-Fiend, which I will get soon enough. Next on my to-do list is the Red Temple, another pain in the neck with strong demons, and I spot one I want right out of the gate, Ifrit. I release Berith and I'll get Ifrit when I meet him. Pro tip for the area, Glacial Blast demolishes most enemies here. And within 2 encounters, I get my hands on Ifrit. He has Agidyne and Taunt, but will also get Makakaja, Prominence, the best fire spell in the game, and Beckon Call, an ability that allows you to summon a random demon from the reserves. He's definitely the fire elemental power that I needed to perfectly cover it, especially because my Hellfire doesn't seem to be doing enough damage right now. I ingest Adama to learn Bolt Storm ASAP and carry on. The dungeon gimmick is that there are spots where you get dragged to a dark alternate version of the temple. There are some sweet loot in mystical chests though, so it's worth exploring if you have Liftoma to avoid floor damage. You need to find light pillars to go to the original temple, and you need to go between both to reach the boss room. By the way guys, at one point you will get to a room with 5 doors on the right. For your sake, take the 4th one, or you will get dragged in the alternative version every time you get the wrong door, which here, it's just a hindrance to progression. Not long after I get to the next boss room, I hit the Murakuma Magatama, make a party of Hanuman, Titania, and Long, and face the temple boss, Skadi. This is an annoying boss Alagira Makala, as she drains physical damage. Don't ask how or why because I don't know. And she has a plethora of skills. She can mute you with Makajama on, use Mazandine for wind damage, or Thunderclap for a light-based move to cut in half my HP. This is a fight where you gotta use your best magic to survive better, no other way around it. At one point she nulls buffs and debuffs, then follows with Dragon Eye and Thunderclap, failing on Titania's Light Repel. I swear, taking down her 4000 HP is hard. Next up, she goes for a double Tarukaja. This is a warning for me. I use Warcry to cancel, and Tetrakarn ASAP, and she uses her best move, Earthquake, failing miserably. That move deals super high physical damage, and it's better off repelled. Because she couldn't capitalize, I sure did the next turn. With all 3 temples sealed, Isamu invites us to the central temple that was in the sky before. Inside, we see him and Ijiri floating in the air. Thanks to us killing the temple demons, now Isamu has the Magatsuhi to summon his risen god. Also, that it was Ijiri's idea to make us do it, even if he didn't want it to be used as a sacrifice for the god. But he resigns to his fate, tired of living. He warns Isamu he may regret his path, Isamu knows full well, and drops Ijiri in the pool of Magatsuhi below. All pieces fell into place, and Isamu is successful in summoning the wandering god, Noah. With the promise that Musubi is close, he leaves. And so do we, but as we do, a pair of angels show up. They were monitoring Isamu and tell us Chiaki is up to something bad regarding some heretics. And I do have an inkling as to what they refer to. And I was right. A trip to Funashiro shows a good number of dead mannequins. It's time to enter the Mudman Holy Land, which thankfully is an easy and straightforward dungeon compared to the temples. Not far inside, I get my hands on another new demon, Shikioji. He mostly doesn't have great moves, but he does have the Kaja, nulls physical, repels light and dark. He can be very useful as some bosses later in the game, even with this bad of a skill list. Trust me. I get close to the end of the dungeon, grind it a small bit, enough for Hanuman to finally evolve in the demon I wanted ever since the obelisk, Wukong, which nullifies physical, light, and dark. This is easily one that I will take to the endgame, especially since at level 58 he gets Avenge, the best counter-like skill. I meet the same pair of angels from the Amala temple asking if I was with or against them, and reach the bottom of Mifunashiro. Here we see Chiaki having a nice and polite chat with the mannequins, particularly Funomimi. Funomimi asks for help, pleading to our good side. Chiaki notices we don't believe in Yosuga, which you can do with the proper answers here and there, making the next boss fight a little easier, and summons 3 archangels to stop us: Gabriel, Uriel, and Raphael. Where do I start with them? How about mentioning that they resist every magic element in the game except Almighty as well as physical damage, and they have 3000 HP. Raphael likes to use shields, so he's gonna be my first target. None has the Kunda or the Kaja. Uriel has Megiddola and Prominence, and Gabriel is probably the least threatening since 2 out of 3 attacks are light-based, and half my team nullifies those, the last of the 3 moves being Maziodyne. The fight is relatively easy. I stall enough to take out Raphael, then go berserk on the other 2, taking out Uriel first since it also has the Arhan. And I won none of that today. Because I spread the damage a bit, Uriel and Gabriel go down at the same time pretty much. After the fight, I get Bullstorm and I replace Hellfire. While I was fighting the Archangels, Chiaki killed Fudomimi, and with the Magatsuhi he stored down there, she summons her own Reason God, Ball Avatar. The newly summoned god lets us know that in Ginza something is up before teleporting away. Guess we know where to go next. And a quick pit stop at Nyx's bar, we learn that Hikawa is heading for the diet building where lots of Magatsuki is stored up. Well, with Izamu and Chiaki having summoned their gods, it's easy to imagine what he's gonna do himself. I cross the desert highway and pass the second entrance to the Assembly of Nihilo to find the entrance to our next area, Yurakucho Station. We start off pretty strong. Last time we arrived at Yurakucho Station, home to the last fiend of the game, Trumpeter. This guy will spawn no matter how many fiends you fought so far. I ingest the Jet Magatama to not have an elemental weakness of any sorts, and dive in willingly to fight. He immediately shows one of his signature moves in Holy Melody, a move that will fully heal one random player, ally or foe. At first glance, it's random. The truth is, it fully heals the player with the less percentage of HP. Weird functioning, but okay. We need to be careful because he can use it later and he can heal back entirely that way. It also has all 4 element Ma dying spells, and he'll exploit every weakness he can. Having allies that drain elements is useful, but I advise not being weak to any of those yourself. He has the Kaja but no Dekunda, so debuffs are the way to go. So I do an early setup while it spams Moragidine due to long fire weakness. Until I'm done debuffing enough, I focus on surviving as much as I can, then start hitting for high numbers. After 4 turns, he uses his other signature move, Evil Melody, an unblockable insta-kill attack that hits the lowest HP % player on the field, taking Lung down in the process since his Endure was already triggered. Every 4 turns, he cycles between Holy and Evil Melody, that's the gimmick. I summon Black Frost for his elemental affinities, proving smart immediately, and pummel Trumpeter hard. The objective is to kill it before the next Holy Melody, which can potentially reset the fight. Luckily, Trumpeter has 11,000 HP, so that's not a whole lot, and I bring him down to low HP and kill him when phase 2 starts. By the way, from here he can also use Megidolon. We get the last candelabrum, meaning we can now finish the last 2 kalpas of the Labyrinth of Amala, but I won't go there just yet. I need more levels and a few new skills before I can do that properly. So I decide to go through the Yurakucho tunnel and do the next story part first. Early on, I find a miner who asks me to give him a demon to dig a tunnel. One you won't get back, but it does have some merits. After that, you have to wait for some moon cycles, and if you spare a demon with 21 or more strength, you don't need to wait as many moon cycles. I give away Gog Magog and go back to the area where I fought Trumpeter, since it's a no encounter area, and run around for a bit like a complete idiot. Once we go back, the tunnel is over and we can take 2 chests out of 4. I suggest the mystical chest to get the Great Chakra and the normal one for 10,000 Maka, but there's also a Sapphire which I took instead of the money. Then the miner will give you a leftover treasure you could have also gotten, the Kimon Stone. I didn't go for it since you do get this anyway. This item is needed to do a secondary boss fight. I go back to Ginza, teleport to Asakusa, go north, the entrance to the Asakusa tunnel, and end up in a temple in Ueno, sealed by the Kimon Stone. Before entering, I equip myself with a fire protection with Gehenna. Inside, we meet one of the 4 divine pillars, Bishaman, who challenges us to a fight to test our worth. Bishaman isn't exactly a pushover, but he does have a glaring ice weakness and only 4,568 HP. It does have some powerful moves like Prominence, which I was very prepared for, and then the combo of Focus and Hasso Hapa, a very powerful physical combo. And he also has the Arahant to heal, but he doesn't really use it all that much. Luckily, in Phase 2, when he uses the physical combo, I debuffed his attack, or I'd be easily dead. And in one turn, he goes into Phase 3 and use Oli Wrath, losing turns to Titania and Wukong. From here, we're one divine shot away from victory.
Are you ready?
By defeating him, we get the Gundari Magatama. This is very nice, because it has 2 super strong skills. Wind Cutter, the best single target magic wind spell, and Spiral Viper, which is a more powerful divine shot with the same accuracy and crit perks. If you can get it, do it. Until the end game, this is the most reliable single target physical move that you can get. On my way back to the tunnel, I buy the Sophia Magatama from the junk shop in Asakusa, which is the best Magatama to learn healing spells like Samarikarm and Midyarahan. I then go back to the tunnel, and very early on, I recruit a Loa. He's a neat support demon with the Traja and the Kunda right out of the gate, but he can also get Debilitate with some training. Venturing in the tunnel is not too hard, so long as you have ice and electric coverage, you'll be fine. Just be careful on ambushes because demons aren't messing around anymore, and some have very high crit move. Nothing really eventful happens except for a few level ups where Oberon gets Zeodyne, Ifrit gets Makakaja, and exactly when I was exiting the tunnel, from the Gehenna Magatama, I learned the skill Magma Axis, the most powerful fire spell that the Demi-Fiend can learn. Funny thing about it is that it consumes HP to cast instead of MP. And now we're at our next destination, the Diet Building. And immediately, Soma tries to tell us to leave. As if I will, I'm a rebel teenager, I never listen to my parents, much less random voices. Anyway, we immediately get in a mini boss fight with the demon Surt. This guy only has physical moves in Tempest and Hell Thrust, and fire moves in Hellfire, Ragnarok, his unique skill, and even his normal attack, which is part fire element. It doesn't have a weakness, resists physical attacks, and has Retaliate, the second tier counter skill, the Kunda, and Beast Eye. Because it has 5000 HP, and pretty solid defenses, it takes a while to go down, but since I got lucky on some Ragnarok hits a couple of times, it doesn't take too long to take him out in the end. Though I admit, he put up a good fight, unlike other bosses so far. After defeating Surt, another voice from a statue says it's gonna play with us. I don't like the sound of that. The Diet Building is a dungeon composed by long corridors and halls, some even with fake walls that will teleport you away. You can notice them easily enough, thankfully. I wander around the fake walls for a good 15 minutes, no joke, until I get past all of them and face the one who conjured them, the demon Mara. Mara is another boss that negates physical damage, so magic is the way to go. Not only that, he has scary physical capabilities thanks to Hades' Blast. Be sure to equip the Yomante Magatama, however, since he has a move, Intoxicate, which is a 60% chance to inflict panic. And you want none of that, trust me. I run as many buffs and magic I can, then he uses Gathering to summon a Pazuzu. You can use this to your advantage, since they are weak to ice and you can get more press turns out of them. Also, Mara has Debilitate, so be wary of it. Once he uses Debilitate on me, it follows with Intoxicate, I heal it, and thankfully it was on its last legs. With Mara gone, the fake teleporting walls are gone, so you can explore freely. I go back to heal, and when I return, I recruit a Queen Mob. She has some very useful skills from joining, and we'll get even Diarhan and Makarkarn. Fun fact, High Pixie evolves into this when you are level 56, but you generally don't want that, as she'll have the High Pixie skill list, and not the ones that you see right here on screen. So you'd best keep your pixie the way it is. Moving forward, a third presence starts to haunt us, blocking our exit so we cannot go back. After more exploring, the voice taunts us into finding it. It's an easy puzzle, look for a statue with no reflection on the floor. Select the correct statue, and the fight with Moat begins. Now, this guy can be either very easy or extremely hard, borderline impossible even. He can repel or void everything but electricity, so use only that to damage it. Doesn't matter what Magatama you use, by the way, but buff your defense as much as you can. This guy has a mechanical flaw. The devs somehow forgot to code him right, and he's the only boss in the game, one of two maybe, that can use Beast Eye more than once per turn. If it happens, it can mean you're dead, depending on the moves he uses. He will cost Makakaja and Megidolaon plenty, even when magic is fully buffed, and there's no resistance to almighty damage, so you have to tank the hit or dodge with agility buffs and debuffs. It is vital to have the Kaja as a skill or the Kaja stones, or he will steamroll you. Also, when I said this fight could be heaven or hell before, it was actually a middle ground for me. Aside for some unlucky misses on Bolt Storm, the guy never used Beast Eye multiple times against me, which shocked me, pun not intended. No joke, I was expecting it to beat him after a few tries, and instead, I did it on my first attempt. took me a while here to process how the fight went. I was genuinely bamboozled. Anyways, after I recovered, I went and saved as if my life depended on it. No way I was attempting that fight again. Continuing a bit from the room I fought Moat, I reached the conference hall where the last demon boss, Mithra, awaits me. I equip the Sophia Magatama, have Shikioji, Wukong, and Titania with me, and I go in to face the demon. Among all the mini-bosses in here, Mithra is by far the easiest. It can use light and dark insta-kills, but with a team like mine, those are quite literally a non-issue. Only Mamudun can kill me, but it's hard to happen at this stage. Other than all this, Mithra is a pushover aside from using debilitate, but even then, no matter how many light attacks or like Holy Wrath he uses, it's all pointless. For the most part, like I said, Mithra cannot touch me or anyone in my team. Any move it uses, minus Dragon Eye, will cost it all its turns. It doesn't take long for it to go down, like, at all. We have one last boss to deal with now. For the next fight, equip Yomonte on you, and gather your best demons all around. Better if they null fizz. I took Wukong, Shikioji, and Sparta with me. I take the last elevator, and we're face to face with Ikawa himself. He's having an argument with Miss Takao, belittling her reason, as it seems she has no faith in it anymore. Aradia steps in, not being particularly against Ikawa's plan, as it's a form of freedom, whatever. Yuko is going to stay and try to stop Ikawa, and Aradia leaves her for good, and the man proceeds to summon his god. We get spotted and given a choice. We let him do whatever he is doing, we trigger the flag for the Shijima ending. We vow to stop him instead, and he summons his final demon follower to stall us, Samael. Not copyright infringing Slifer the Sky Dragon over here loves to spam ailments, particularly Charm, Panic, Stun, hence why I chose Yomonte to block most of the worrisome ones. It also has Megiddola for good measure. It will then use God's Curse to cause ailment which you'd better heal up, followed by Beast Eye and double Rakukaja. This fight will be a slow one, as you need time to heal the ailments from God's Curse. The fight is a good long back and forth, and my best bet is to bank on physical damage. However, since it has Retaliate, a counter will definitely hurt. It also uses the Kunda and the Kaja, forcing me to reapply all buffs and debuffs again. After a divine shot, I run a nice risk of getting counter-killed, and I get stunned. From here, the fight is as low as it comes, dealing little damage when I can and getting back on my feet until I can pull that one last divine shot that ends it all. After the fight, Wukong gets avenged, making him even stronger still. Despite being impressed by us, Hikawa didn't stop, and he is successful in summoning his own god, Ahriman, with Miss Takao as his sacrifice. As he leaves, the soul of Miss Takao talks to us. She failed to make a free world, and she wants us to create our own world in her place, giving us the Yahiro no Himorogi and telling us to get to the Amala Temple to do so, before saying farewell to us. I head there right now, and Kagetsuchi talks to us. The time for creation is at hand, and the stone we have will open the way to the Tower of Kagetsuchi, where we can do everything. We enter the central temple, place the stone, and the tower descends. We are interrupted by Lucifer once again, stating the tower is finally here, and all vibing for creation will go there to have the power to shape the world. Unfortunately, as a demon we can't create one, but we can choose to side with someone else's reason. Also, he suggests to go to the Labyrinth of Amala if we don't aim for creation. This is actually a warning. Past this point, the labyrinth will be inaccessible to us. Since I was gonna do the true demon ending anyway, I will go there for sure, but first, there's one item that I definitely need. And in order to get it, I have to go back to the obelisk. If you enter from the back door, which is now available, you can get a chest with the Chakra Elixir, an infinite use item that heals MP like a chakra drop, that can only be used in battle, however. This will, at the very least, make me save some time farming drops. With this item in my bag, I can go and deal with the last two Kalpas, although I have a bad feeling about this. As much as I dread the idea, there is one last thing I need to do in order to unlock the true demon ending. That is, to finish up the 4th and 5th Kalpa of the Labyrinth of Amala. And let me level with you right now. It won't be a walk in the park. Either you're at your top of your game, or have godlike demons, or you won't make it. Before getting there though, remember how I mentioned the shady brokers being locked by both the stat and alignment doors in the 3rd Kalpa? Well, now that I have 20 magic, I can open the door and meet the broker I wanted, giving me the level 50 Arahabaki with support skills. Definitely useful if you like a demon with defensive and support skill, just remember that it costs 70,000 Maka. Also, on my way, Oberon's skill changed Medea Rama into Medea Rahen, making sure he will stay for a little while longer. After that, I exit the 3rd Kalpa and unlock the gate to the 4th, and now hell can truly begin. Literally. The first door might give you a familiar vibe. It's cursed, like that hallway in the 2nd Kalpa. It's essentially the same deal, you take damage by walking no matter what you do. Liftoma is completely useless against this. Doesn't help that demons here are very high level now too, so if you will explore the place like I did while it was cursed, be very careful when the encounter compass glows red. Across the cursed area, there's a broker that sells a Mothman with all Madain spells and Megidola on, which I didn't get, and we arrive at the gimmick core, the 12 meters of eternity, a portal which will take you to a different place depending on the moon cycle. I first enter with a half moon into Hell's Vault. This is a place that has a lot of good loot inside mystical chests, if you're willing to stay multiple moon cycles and encounters to get them. In there I learned Glacial Blast from the Miasma Magatama, a skill that will prove fantastic against many enemies from here on, and I replace my diorama for it. I have healers in spades anyway. Also, Queen Mob gets Diarhan, and we encounter a soul of an old man advising to think things through and asking if we agree. Here you want to wait 3 full minutes before saying yes. No joke here, so go make a sandwich while you wait. But if you do this, you will enter a room with 100,001 maca, a deathstone, and a mystical chest with some smoke balls, so there is some merit to this. I leave Hell's Vault and go back to the entrance of the 12 meters of eternity and re-enter with a moon during an odd phase, like 7 out of 8, to go to the Road of Hell for a Deathstone, and then go back and enter on an even number phase to Hell's Maze. This is a place where the map is completely unusable, by the way, and the doors can soft lock you if you don't know where to go. They say that the place is unescapable, but somewhat did a while back with a certain item, a bell. We do need that item, so I backtracked my way out to the cemetery outside of Ikebukuro. We get the Afterlife Bell, heal up, and go all the way back into Hell's Maze. Not before getting the Kamurogi Magatama for my bug collection though. Back to Hell's Maze. In the upper left and bottom right corners we meet 2 souls. One of a former human who worked hard but fell from grace and became a psychopath because he wanting revenge. And another who chastises humans for their nature is crueler than demons, and that he tried to sound like who he wasn't in front of a certain girl we should know of. We use the Afterlife Bell on both, and their souls are freed and will go to the Cathedral Shadows. In case you don't understand, those are the souls of Sakahagi and Fudomimi, and now you can fuse them at the Cathedral. I have no need for them since I can't fuse demons, and I could have skipped them, but I did it anyway for completion purposes. I leave the maze, go back to the 12 meters gate, and enter on the new moon into Hell's Hall, another cursed area. Head north-northeast until you hit the door to the Wick King's Hall. Time to make a new team for a boss fight. Now, I don't care what you like to use, so let me be crystal clear about this. You either use Anathema or Satan as a Magatama to null death, or you will die. The fight will be impossible to win. Next, the more death null or higher you have in your team, the better. Some physical wind and thunder resistance would be nice too, but that's to a very minor degree. I end up making a team of myself with Satan equipped, Titania to heal, Wukong for buffs, and Ifrit for fire and magic buffs, with Black Frost, Shikioji, and Arabaki on standby. We enter the hall, and we are greeted by the master of this floor, Beelzebub, who spills the beans on how the collection of the candelabra is not to give them back to Lucifer alone, but to make the one that brings them back a demon of chaos. He then challenges us to test our might as a demon candidate, also putting on his best suit. The Lord of the Flies here is the first buff that actually tries to kill you every time. I'll start by saying that it has a good 16,000 HP and 10,000 MP, so this will be a long fight. He resists everything except Fire and Almighty, which is not a weakness, but it will deal full damage. I spend the first few turns buffing and debuffing its attack and defenses, then since he doesn't have the Kunda and the Kaja yet, then I go on the offensive with Magma Axes, which deal about 1000 damage each by now. He tries to fight back with the normal attack, Mazionga and Mazandine, but with a minimized attack, it's easy to survive. I need to rack up damage now that I can, as fast as possible. I then replace Ifrit with Shikioji just in time for phase 2. He uses the Kaja and focus, and now my magma axis is doing just about 600 damage. I try to reapply buffs, but he then uses a Dekunda and one-shots Titania with a focused attack for 700 damage. I debuff while trying to revive her, but now Dekunda is becoming more and more frequent. In other words, the fight just got that much more harder. And I need to stall until I find a new opening again, chipping away what little HP I can every turn. He then uses his signature move, Death Flies, an almighty attack with 100% insta-kill chance if you don't null death. And he will use it very often. Fun fact, Death Flies is, in terms of power, one of the 2 strongest almighty spells you can get access to. Anyways, the fight is, like I said, a stalling contest where I try to wait for an opening, unsuccessfully because of the Kunda spamming. I see a small opening during a double Death Flies, while I had a Rakunda on, but it doesn't last for more than 1 turn. Dealing roughly 350 damage a turn, it's a real war of attrition. Overall though, the fight is nothing I can't handle, and as long as I have a few lucky dodges and good MP management, it should be fine. And it was going relatively well until a Dekaja plus focus, which followed by a Dekunda and attack on myself, triggering Endure. So now I'm even more on edge. And after another double Death Flies, I get him to low HP, but that happiness won't last. He goes for the Kaja focus again, then 2 turns after, despite me knowing an attack was coming, I didn't use Tetrakarn, and Beelzebub ended me in one fell critical swoop. "20 minutes, literally down the drain. But now, I do have a better battle plan. The initial tactics of buffs and debuffs is the same, however, I make sure to not have a +2 buff and -2 debuff ratio on each stat. The reason is because, like this, the Kunda and the Kaja spam will be less frequent if it works like for other bosses. Either that, or I probably got a little luckier. Anyway, thanks to this, I can deal about 700 damage with each magma axis and still tank attacks properly. By the time I swap Ifrit with Shikioji again, I've dealt a good enough damage as it is, and I can also now attack with Wukong and Shikioji to increase the damage range even if ever so slightly. Like so, I get to phase 2, and instead of healing buffs and debuffs, he goes for Megidolaon and Death Flies, which we can barely survive, but it's still possible. The trick to this fight now is to keep Beelzebub into an offensive pattern. Damage is something I can heal while keeping up the pressure, but reapplying debuffs and buffs forces me to stop attacking. The plan works as he keeps smiting me with all sorts of attacks, keeping the physical ones on Shikioji for some reason. He does use the Kunda or the Kaja occasionally, but since I don't overdo it with reapplying either of buffs and debuffs, it's not as frequent to call it dangerous. I also need to manage Tanya's MP since Medea Rahen is kinda costly. By the time I enter its low HP range, I don't get complacent and keep reading its moves. And after a long fight that lasted half of the first attempt, I roast the damn fly.
Ready?
You know, this is probably the beginning of my suffering, isn't it? In the back of the arena, there's a few mystical chests. Abuse the fact that the arena itself is a no-encounter area and get all that loot. Trust me, you will not regret it. When you head back, you'll see that the curse is gone, so now you can explore all of the Kalpa freely and safely. A Mothman here tells us that we can continue, but we need the star key to unlock the gate to the 5th Kalpa. This is one annoying backtrack, so follow me. Exit the 4th Kalpa, Enter the second and clear the old curse hallway area, now with no curse but still high-level demons. Talk to Ifrit, he'll tell you a drinking friend has it. Leave the labyrinth as a whole, go to Nyx's bar in Ginza and talk to Loki. He'll tell you he sold a key to a mannequin. Go to the junk shop where you can buy the Kamurogi, Vimana, and Sophia Magatamas and talk to the shopkeeper. And you will get the key for free. Keep up, we're not done. This key opens gold doors. And where have we spotted one? Back in the third Kalpa in the central hub after the stat door area. Open that door, drop into the fourth Kalpa, trigger the switch, and the gate to the fifth Kalpa will open. While I was backtracking to the actual fourth Kalpa, it's here that I made a pit stop to the Mantra HQ. In the basement, there is a door that opens if you have a base strength of 25 or more. I open it to get the Gaia Magatama, a powerful physical-based one with potent multi-target physical hits. Just be careful to insta-kill weaknesses if you use it. Back to the actual road, I get back to the fourth Kalpa, clear the road to hell, so odd number face on the gate, and we're done with this place. Worst backtracking ever. Anyway, Lucifer drops a few bombs about the truth of the Fiend fights. He wants to create a new demon of darkness, a general to lead his army against God. So he gave the candelabra to all the Fiends he deemed worthy and let them fight, battle royal style, to see which would come out on top as the best. And they all fought me. Whatever. As well as explain Hijiri's involvement in all this mess. He died when the conception occurred, but came back to life as a mannequin because of the will of Amala, punishing his past sins, which he can't remember though, by making him witness and record what becomes of the world. After this, he gives us a choice. Either we go back and live as a human, or go deeper into the labyrinth and meet him in person, if we don't trust God's will. Now the fifth Kalpa is open. I release Sparna and dive in. In the very first room we enter after the candelabrum door, we hear a familiar voice. It's Dante from the Devil May Cry series, welcoming us to hell. He offers his services to us. The fee will be decided on a coin toss. We guess correctly, we pay him 1 maca. We lose, we pay half of whatever we have. If you know what's going on, you will easily win. That coin is an Easter egg of DMC2, and it's the very same double heads coin. So pick heads all the time. We pay him 1 maca, introduce ourselves, and he joins our party, and what a party member he is! Being level 80, he has high stats across the board and great resistances, not to mention powerful moves like Rebellion, a physical undodgeable high hit crit move, Ebony and Ivory that hits 4 times for free MP, Round Trip and Whirlwind, essentially Mazio Dynamazandine, Holy Star, it's a Dakunda, Provoke, a no-cost taunt that heals Dante's MP, and Endure, never yield. Intimidate is a passive skill to help recruitments that can go the first chance you get, in my opinion. Anyway, the fifth Kalpa. Let me be absolutely frank here. This place is hell on so many levels, especially if you're ambushed by the combo of Lilith and Nyx. The latter has Debilitate, Glacial Blast, Dormina, and Eternal Rest. You sleep, you die. And Lilith has Allure, a 45% chance of being charmed that, I swear, feels like a lot more. I got screwed over by them so many times, it's not funny at all. Always ambushed, of course. If you're hit by either of those, you'd better be able to heal them immediately or reset just to save time. It didn't take long for me to actually decide to use the Yomante Magatama just to move around the place. Anyway, rant over. The gimmick here is to notice fake walls by running into them and finding the switches to enter the next section. It's not overly complicated since the enemies actually do that for you. Past this floor, we enter an area with doors that will open depending on your demon's stats. Thresholds are high. up to 25 even for strength and vitality and magic, and 20 for luck and agility. You need to choose a demon in stock and use it to open the doors, and Dante unfortunately does not count. The door I wanted to cross first is the strength door, and luckily Black Frost is the easiest way in, since at base level, he joins with 24 strength, so one level up in that will do. While doing this, I learned the Deathbound skill from the Gaia Magatama and replaced Boltstorm with it. After a bit past the strength door, we need to show the demon who's been with us the longest time. Now, remember our good old friend Pixie? Well, if you kept her with you throughout the journey, even if you fused her, not sacrificed, use her to open the door. Regardless of her current form, she will transform back into the Uber Pixie. Looks like a normal pixie, but it's far from it. She's a level 80 pixie with 30 in all stats and incredibly good skills. This is definitely a worthy reward for your loyalty to her. With her, even if you have bad demons, unlikely as it may sound, you can open all stat doors and explore this area. Just be careful of the enemies. You wouldn't want to redo all this unless your save state's coming. We find our way to the bottom and it's time for the final boss of the labyrinth. As preparation, do the opposite of Beelzebub and make a party that resists Expel or Light. I equipped the Sophia Magatama on me and used Dante, Titania, and Shikioji. We enter the final door and hear a voice. The same one we heard after the first Kalpa, in fact. That voice is Metatron, the only angel still faithful to God, who is hell-bent on stopping us. I'll tell you this immediately. Megatron over here has Mahamahan and its accuracy seems higher than usual. Resist light or there's a good chance you die on the first turn. Metatron has 16,000 HP and 10,000 MP like Beelzebub and is resistant to everything except for ice in this fight. With this team, a physical approach might be better though. Rebellion and Divine Shot have high crit chances, so it's easy to get extra turns even if you do half damage. You can take it somewhat easy during the first phase since the only moves he will have are Mahamahan and Holy Wrath, which are useless, and its normal attack. From phase 2, he will have the Kunda and Dekaja as well as other moves, like Tarukaja, Makakaja, and Megidolaon. When he buffs, make sure to have Shikioji ready to Dekaja. The less buff he has on him, the easier it will be later, especially if you're talking about Makakaja. You will usually go for either the Makakaja and Megidolaon combo or the Tarukaja normal attack combo. Both are survivable since basically he attacks only once. However, he also has the ability to make things worse. But luckily, we have a Dante with a free Dekunda on hand to cancel those. The fight goes around like this for me. Myself and Dante trying to take the most crits possible, Titania healing and Shikioji removing buffs each turn. If Titania doesn't need to heal, she can use Glacial Blast for some damage. I'm 9 minutes into the fight, and I get to phase 3 and things go south when he busts his signature move, Fire of Sinai, an almighty version of a multi-hit random spell, killing Shikioji on the spot and crippling everyone else. And he wasn't buffed, by the way. One move altered the course of the fight this much, but I wasn't ready to give up. I take out Aura Habaki and start raising my defense. Dante barely survives a boosted Fire of Sinai double hit, so now I have to balance out how I use Aura Habaki for support between buffs and the Kaja. I start to also play slowly to think all of my moves through in every detail. Titania was now on full heal duty, no questions asked. Luckily, he was close to being at low HP now. One Divine Shot crit brought him there, but now I was even more scared. With a +2 Rakukaja, a double hit from Fire of Sinai, can still be a death sentence to some. So I tried to make the AI work for me again, applying debuffs with Warcry, which works, cutting away 1 turn from Metatron whenever I did it so he couldn't buff up. It lowers my DPS every 2 turns, but I can work with that. 17 minutes into the fight, he does a debilitate fire of Sinai, but I survived well enough despite a double hit and healed the debuff. Unfortunately, Arahabaki goes down and I barely survive enough to not trigger Endure, but 1 turn later, Megatron did it here for me. Without a 4th demon, things have slowed down massively and MP are running low. Luckily, he went for the Kaja plus Megidolon, which was okay damage-wise, and I decided to go on with a 3-man team, since he had to have few HP, so I carry on the best I can, until... No joke, guys, this fight was 20 minutes long, 5 of which were of pure adrenaline near the end. But with Metatron gone, nothing can stop us from reaching Lucifer in person. We enter a few corridors very familiar to us, and at long last, we're ready to face the old man in the wheelchair. We get congratulated for our efforts. And after all the cheers of the demons, Lucifer will tell us what to do. We need to enter the Tower of Kagetsuchi, stop the 3 gods aiming for creation, and destroy Kagetsuchi itself. To help us in the endeavor, Lucifer unlocks the true power of the Marugari Magatama for us, and bestows upon us the heart of a demon. Now we're locked into the true demon ending, and we're sent back to the Vortex world. We wake up in the same hospital room where we first woke up after the conception, and now Marugare has a new skill in Pierce, which we want to get as soon as possible. Because of my visit to the 5th Kalpa, I realized I wasn't quite strong enough yet, so I decided to do a grinding session, during which the following things happened. First off, Black Frost is learning the Void ailment skills 1 by 1, and soon after I got my hands on Pierce. This will allow any physical skill to always deal full damage against enemies which resist or null them, so long as they don't repel that kind of damage. Which is impossible for Almighty, but we'll get to that later. Freykugel. To make room for Pierce, I get rid of Magma Axes. All this was done at the Diet Building, by the way. Next I move to the 5th Kalpa itself. Here Dante gets Bullet Time, an AoE physical skill that costs 10 MP, dealing mid-level damage and causing panic. Queen Mob gets Makara Karn, Wukong drops me a Diamond to trade off, and half an hour after this, I get my hands on a Bench, the most powerful counter skill, giving me a 50% chance to counter a physical attack with a damage output similar to that of a Divine Shot. For this, I sacrifice Bolt Storm. It served me well, but now that I have Pierce and Glacial Blast, I won't need it anymore. Black Frost gets more ailment protection, Shikioji changes Stun Needle into Hamon because the game knew I lacked light attacks. I take a break to go to the jewelry store in Ginza to exchange stone with items, go back to the 5th Kalpa, Dante learns Stinger, a physical almighty attack with a chance of insta-killing demons, then I replaced Deathbound with Gaia Rage. Though in hindsight, this was probably a mistake since Deathbound could hit twice, but Gaia Rage hits all enemies for high damage with a solid crit chance, so it's not all bad. And finally, Black Frost finishes his Void Ailment collection. All of this was a full-on 4-hour grinding session just to be prepared for the upcoming dungeon. Let that sink in for a second since you will see it in the video for just a couple of minutes. Now I can go into the Tower of Kagetsuchi, which is accessible from the obelisk. Keep in mind now that outside and inside the obelisk now there are diet building level of demons like Yurumikala and Dekarabia, so don't let your guard down too much. I make my way to where we saved Mysticao way back when, and now we're at the point of no return. If you come here before the 5th Kalpa is unlocked, you'll lose the chance to clear it. Kagetsuchi sees through us and confirms that we're tainted by Lucifer, and we're inside the tower at last. This place is a labyrinth of doors, elevators, and stairs filled to the brim with some of the strongest demons in the game like Surt. One false move and you're really a goner now. This is where the game really drops all pretenses of kindness if you let your guard down. I am gonna spare you most of the exploration like usual, just know that the first area you will explore has a good chunk of cube elevators and puzzles. As I proceeded, Dante learned his passive skill, Sun's Oath, which will boost all damage dealt by 50%. Fun fact, in the old Chronicles Maniacs version with Raido Kuzunoa, and now in the HD remaster of Nocturne, this booster skill comes with Pierce. But in this specific version of the game, on PS2 with Dante, the Western release of Nocturne, no Pierce for us. But I'll take the extra damage regardless. Also, Glacial Blast here is a godsend. Many enemies here are either weak or don't resist it, so Ice is a solid element to have at this stage. On floor 215, a Shatter recruits itself after giving it a Chakra drop. Good stats and high physical resistance, but nothing spectacular at this stage of the game. We take the elevator to floor 223, and I prepare for the first of the Reason bosses. I made a team of myself with Kamudo on, Dante, Titania, and Wukong, with Black Frost and Shikioji on standby. Since this boss does have strong physical moves. We enter the door and we're ready to face with the goddess Shijima, Ahriman. This fight has two phases, as per usual. In the first one, Ahriman will forbid you from using certain types of moves. A violation of the rule will result in a surefire insta-kill. Because physical attacks are banned at first, I take the first few turns to do the usual buff-debuff work, then start hammering with magic attacks. After a few hits, he forbids magic attacks. Fine by me, it's your funeral, just look at me and Dante. It takes one turn to change rule again, forbidding summoning. This is far from being an issue so long as I don't lose demons, so this is a freebie rule, allowing me to do whatever I want. The next rule is no healing or items allowed. A bit of a bummer to be honest, but I know my demons have resilience to spare by now. Having dealt more than 6,000 damage, Ahriman goes, screw the rules, I have god powers, and decides to fight us on an even field, no gimmicks. This is where the fight usually gets harder. It gains stronger physical attacks in Tentacle, a party-hating move, Dekunda, Dekaja, Megidolon, and his signature move, Apocalypse, which is even stronger than Megidolon. As scary as this sounds, remember this. all buffs and debuffs when phase 2 starts are still applied, so you have a chance to hammer down some of its 18,000 HP relatively easily now. I was dreading this fight, so much so that I started using Petrikarn with Wukong here and there. And despite using the Kunda in a couple of turns, I got him to low HP very fast. I think it didn't took more than 3 or 4 turns. And I was prepared to get hit by Apocalypse, except that he never, ever make that happen. For some weird RNG bug, I would assume, Ahriman decides to spam his normal attack. From here, I finish this fight with style. I won't deny I was legitimately bamboozled there. I never had it happen that he never uses the Apocalypse on me. Whatever. Hikawa has finally given up, and by beating him we get the Earthstone, the first key to reach Kagetsuchi. The next area past Hikawa is one I was waiting for. I managed to recruit at the first enemy encounter a year longer. He knows all 4 magic elements, even if it is weak to all ailments. He will take care of all the enemies weak to electricity, boost my defense, and at level 68 he will get me Diarahen as well. So he's a solid addition if I ever saw one. This stage is a maze, filled with damage dealing floors easily traversable with Liftoma. In one room we find an angel that disappears. This will unlock Ahriman has a replayable bosses in the burial chambers of the Labyrinth of Amala, if you want to do that. Not long after, this is where I finally learn Spiral Viper, and I immediately replace his Divine Shot with it, since this is technically a stronger version. Also, Dante learns Showtime, a high damage almighty attack. This is essentially a Megiddola spell, to clarify its power scale. Not Megiddola on, Megiddola. I run around in circles for like 20 minutes I think, and then I managed to recruit a Rangda. Other than having a nice repel physical attribute, she's the first demon that we can get with Debilitate, arguably the best debuff skill in the game. The catch is a nice added bonus too, which justifies me dropping the 3rd Kalpa Arahabaki for her. I finally reached the outer area on floor 322, and we're very close to another Reason fight. And for this one, my team will be slightly different. I've kept the Sophia Magatama to avoid having any elemental weakness, your Longer for magic shielding, and Oberon and Ifrit for elemental coverage. Everything will be clear very soon. We enter the new boss room, and we're now gonna have to face Isamu and his god, Noah. First, this fight is very standard. The boss has no weakness, so why having all 4 elements? Well, you see, Noah has a move called Aurora. When he uses this, he will change all affinities. It will repel all damage except for one of the 4 main elements. Aurora makes Noah cycle through those 4 elements, fire, ice, electricity, and wind, and you can only damage him with the opposite element he's currently using. So use ice if he uses fire, fire when he uses ice, wind if he uses electricity, and electricity if it uses wind. The cycle is fixed, and it will only use fire, ice, electricity, and wind in this order. The key is to keep track and act accordingly. If you plan to cheat with Almighty unless you have peers with a physical Almighty skill, don't. Noah also heavily resists Almighty. I think he has like a 75 or even 90% resistance to that thing. Needless to say, items like the Chakra Elixir are essential, since you'll burn through MP faster than ever. If you wonder why I haven't talked about my own fights so far, it's technically because there's no need to. I follow the cycle, use opposite elements, and heal when necessary. He won't use the Kunda Underkaja in this phase just yet, and he has only single and multi-target version of the elemental spells. After a while, phase 2 comes in, and this is where, again, things should turn out ugly. The overall gist is the same, but it does have an extra move now, Domination, which drains a very high amount of HP and MP from one target. The major problem with this move is that it can usually kill you if buffs and debuffs are not applied, and even more aggravating when its target is the demon who deals damage the next turn. However, much like Harimon and his Apocalypse, Noah never used Domination on me, not even once. It was just a full-on elemental spam with a very sporadic normal attack here and there. I was hoping that when it got to low HP, the AI would pull a reverse Uno card and screw me over, and yet I was disappointed. While I was clearing my mind from bewilderment, Ifrit leveled up and got prominence, probably the best fire magic in the game overall. The defeat of Noah grants us the second key, the Nether Stone. Wanna hear a funny detail? The Noah fight is technically skippable. You can do it later, not right now. Past the elevator, we unlock Noah as a burial chamber boss, and enter the next section. Funny enough, this is like a town. It has all the facilities you need, including the junk shop with the last Magatama, Kailash. I do want it since it has Frey Kugel, but it's very expensive on hard mode and I don't have the money yet, even if I do have 395,000 Maka. So I decide to sell some valuable items, even if I might need them later, to get the last 55,000 Maka I need to buy the 24th Magatama. Here I decide to go a bit further ahead and find myself face to face with Thor once more. Compared to our old fight, he doesn't really change much. He does have the Kunda and the Kaja as well as better moves and stats overall, but the strategy remains overall the same. Hit hard, have an electric and physical wall, and he will be a piece of cake. until phase 2, where he will use Dragon Eye and buff up to become even more dangerous using also Focus. Unfortunately for him, I wasn't that weak. Fun fact, there is a way, even though I can do it right now, that allows you to do even a solo fight with Thor without taking a single point of damage. After this fight, I decide to return to the town area and take a little breather. After my Thor fight, I remembered something. Now that I have all 24 Magatamas, I can enter the Cathedral of Shadows and have a friendly chat with Mido, the Cathedral's keeper. He gives us the Lord Sword, asking us to bring it to the tomb of the Guardian of Tokyo, Lord Masakado. Where is this tomb, you may ask? Closer than you think, it's just outside the obelisk area on a cliff. Luckily, the changing scenery caused by the descent of the Tower of Kagetsuchi hasn't done anything to make it disappear. We place the Lord's Sword on it, and we can now access the last secondary dungeon in the game, the Bando Shrine. This place is an outright maze and you can't access the map, so I hope you have a good memory and bearing of your surroundings. What we want to do is lower the main shrine by removing the 4 pillars keeping it up. Pillars guarded by the 4 devas, says a soul. Anyway, if you take the yellow teleporter, it won't take long to reach the first pillar, the southern one, and we find the first deva, Zochoten. Believe it or not, this is the easiest pillar, despite all of them being level 99 with capped stats. His strategy will mostly revolve on using Dragon Eye and using Makakaja and blast you with electric magic. Something easily circumventable by having protection to it. However, it does also have Megidonal in its arsenal, so don't be too lax. Also, if Thunder Magic paralyzes you, you will also use Beast Eye, Focus, and a normal attack on that paralyzed ally. Overall, the fight isn't too hard, and the only real annoying thing is the fact that it has 20,000 HP and takes a while to bring it down. A prolonged fight might not be what you want, but if you have wind magic and electricity nullification, this fight is technically speaking a joke. Side note on random encounters. Demons in here cannot be recruited. They all belong to the Avatar, Deity, and Dragon races mostly, which are all light aligned and can't be talked to. About 5 minutes after the first Deva, I reached the western one, Komokuten. This guy takes a bit more effort to bring down. His AI pattern is different. He will buff his defense, lower yours, and hit you with wind magic or physical attacks. Since he has no Dekunda or Dekaja, lowering his offense and agility is key to survive, more than lowering his defense. Rangda is very good in this fight because of her debilitate and physical repel. The major problem is that he lowers your defense every turn. Once he's at -4, things can get dicey quick. However, wind and physical protection on your team will generally serve you well. Once his defense is maxed out, you will also buff his magic for good measure, but at that point, if you have focused on minimizing his agility and buff your own, why not? This won't matter at all. From here on, you may notice that the video is slightly more blurry. That's because I lowered the emulator graphics setting since my PC was acting up a bunch back then. Just thought I'd let you know beforehand. I make my way to the bottom of the dungeon, where the third Deva, the eastern one Jigokuten, awaits. The ice pillar here has pretty much the same AI pattern that the electric one has. Dragon Eye, Makakaja, and Ice Magic spamming. He does have a few more moves in its arsenal like Tetrakarn, Torunda, and Rakunda, but it's really rare that he uses them anyway. Again, if you know Ice, this fight is a complete joke, so much so that you could do this on auto battle and go make dinner in the meantime. Not that I would 100% suggest this, however. Just exploit his fire weakness, heal when necessary, or blast him with focus attacks, and his 20,000 HP will be gone before you know it. One pillar left, the northern one, and I left it for last on purpose. Waiting for us there is an old acquaintance, the fire pillar, the shaman. If you expect to fight him like the other three Devas, you're in for a rude wake-up call. His AI pattern is more branched out compared to the other three. He can use Makakaja 4 times and use fire magic, cast Tarukaja 4 times and blast you with Tempest, or a normal attack that hurts like hell, and thankfully he does not have focus, or even worse, use Megidolon 4 times in a row when you're nullifying both fire and physical at the same time. There's no surefire way to cheat this 100%. Also, it has the Kaja, and even worse, Debilitate, to be a thorn in your side, and he will use them almost constantly throughout the fight. Having Dante and Black Frost for this was a godsend for me. Dante was there to heal debuffs and be an overall badass and DPS damage, while Black Frost was my lifeline, repelling fire, resisting physical damage by 90%, and also using ice, which is the boss's weakness. Many say that this is literally the strongest boss in the game if you're doing a solo run, even harder than the final boss, and I can see why, since you have no way to actually nullify every single attack of his, unlike the electric and ice pillar, and come out alive to tell the tale. This fight is essentially a back and forth between keeping DPS high, healing constantly, removing my buffs and his own buffs, and I lost count of how many times he dodged my ice attacks. But in the end, Even the great Bashaman had to bow to me. But I'll give it credit where credit is due. This was an amazing fight, a perfect mixture of hard, challenging, and rewarding at the very end.
Are you ready?
With the 4 pillars gone, the shrine descends and we can finally enter it. Inside, we find the spirit of the Guardian of Tokyo, Masakado Taira, and he grants us his power in the form of the 25th Magatama, the Masakado's Magatama. This little thing is an absolute gem. Not only it boosts all stats except for luck by 10 points, but it makes you immune to every single affinity in the game with the exception of Almighty. This is as close as we can get to the power of God in the literal sense of the phrase. Also, little fun fact, if you got the Masakado's Magatama before the fight with Thor in the Tower of Kagetsuchi, which is 100% possible by the way, he would have had absolutely no way to actually touch you at all. You could have easily soloed that fight and literally gone on auto battle and you would have won. With this little gem in hand, we are now ready to go toe-to-toe with the final stretch of the game. First thing worth mentioning, in between episodes I went under heavy grinding, 5 levels on Demifin to be exact, in order to learn a few new skills. Freikugel, a part almighty, part physical attack and arguably the best boss killer skill in the game, Mediarahen for safety measures, and Megidolaon for almighty magic. Then I showed my demons to the chat, where my only new addition was Nyx, another demon that will get debilitated relatively soon. I also brought back Sparna in case I need a team fully immune to ailments. I proceed from where I killed Thor. The stairs there will teleport you into a maze-like area, and we need to find a teleporter to get past those stairs. I stopped the stream to try and fix a small issue regarding my emulator slowing down during certain moves. I blame my PC for it not being a high-end one, but I couldn't avoid it, and I had to keep the issue while I was streaming. Also, after some small talk with the chat, speculating on SMT 5 coming up on Switch on November 12th,
I don't know if you can call it a follow-up of the TDE, but if it for some reason it is, I will probably be very happy.
even if I had a guide to help myself orienting through the maze quicker, I still ended up going the wrong way. This resulted me in wasting well over 1 hour to find the exit. Trust me, playing while streaming and talking to the chat really is distracting. This is why I recorded the footage alone so far and commentated in post, but I wanted this to be a special and a bit fun one for me. Anyway, in the next floor there's a room with paths that appear when you get close to them. And guess what? This leads to another maze if you aim for treasures. But this time, I actually wanted to go there. Once you reach a room with damaged-looking smoke, there is yet another hidden maze where you have to follow a specific trail of tiles that is absolutely not clear unless you have a guide. This will lead to another teleport hole that brings you into a room with the final chest in the game containing the Soul Return, an infinite use Balm of Rising, item that revives fallen comrades with full HP. This is the last worth treasure chest in the game, hands down. Now back in the room with the appearing paths, head to the south platform. In here, we'll have a confrontation with the third and final reason boss, Ball Avatar. I set my team with Dante, Black Frost, and Sparna, and it's time to duel. Wait, why do I hear boss music? I suppose I'll voice act for this one. You have done well to make it here. Therefore, I will do you the honor of fighting to the fullest of to my fullest ability. Our friendship dies here. We are adversaries, each upholding our own reason. Okay. And contending for creation. Indeed, you know what you're talking about. As fate would have it, we are both beyond shedding tears. We need not hesitate to fight each other. So, let us now decide who is truly superior. Challenge me with all your might. Well, be careful what you wish for. If you really want me to go serious... This fight is particular. Ball Avatar doesn't have a particular resistances except for light, dark, and the ailment like all bosses, and only has 13,000 HP. Sounds easy, right? Well, the first turn it acts, it will use its signature move, Bale's Bane, a curse-type move that turns you into a fly, a particular ailment that cannot be healed. Because of my team, everyone is immune to it, so every time it goes for it, it's a freebie to take good advantage of. Also, fun fact, with Masakados, the only way for it to kill you is the move Megiddola. All other moves that Ball Avatar has won't touch you at all. Anyway, when it reaches half HP, Ball Avatar will summon two allies, Loros and Ose Haleld, and it fully heals. From here, the fight gets a bit trickier. The first target you want to kill is Ose, not only because he can set up shields and debuffs, but also because of Dragon Eye. One false step, and you'll go down quickly. Loros sets up buffs, and because I forgot to remove them with the Dakaja Stone, and forgetting about Tetrakarn triggering his own Endure, I lose Dante and Black Frost first, and Asparna a few turns later, forcing me to slow down and get back on my 2 feet. As I do that, I punch Ose in the nuts with Black Frost, and he dies, leaving me lots of extra breathing room. Now that the biggest threat is gone, I single Floros out, and he goes down much faster compared to his cheetah brother, leaving Ball Avatar all alone again. From here, Ball starts using Beast Eye to have 2 turns all the time, but as my luck would have it, it's a walk in the park from here on out. It wasted turn using Mahamon, which only Sparna can be affected, and lots of Bale's Bane, which is utterly pointless as a move. At this point, the fight is already over. Ball can't stand a chance, and goes down like all others before it. Bother, no seriously. That's a legit question that I want to ask you. Go to hell. Ah, finally done with the reason bosses. Took only what, forever? With the third and final stone in hand, the Heaven Stone, we take the elevator to floor 666, the last area of the game. Encounter free to boot. I specified that this is the last chance to go back for getting whatever it is you're missing. Put the 3 stones into the pillars, make a team with your Lunger, Wukong, and Dante, take the final elevator to go face to face with our favorite disco ball, Kagatsuchi. Begone, accursed one. I shall never forgive you for causing the death of the world. My light, searing with anger, shall wipe you from existence. Disco Ball is indeed pissed. The fight has two phases. In the first one, the gimmick is that the moon phase starts from new and will go up or down by 2 following the cycle with each Kagetsuchi action. Depending on the phase, the damage dealt is altered. New moon means double damage. 2 out of 8 is 50% extra. Half is regular damage. 6 out of 8 is 75% damage dealt, and full, only half damage. Skills like Dark and Bright Might will be very situational at this stage. And here's where I hit you with some truth. Even if you have a chance to inflict lots of damage early on, lower its attack and maximize your defense immediately. Kagetsuchi has access to all 4 Ma-Dying spells for elements, and its main attack is like Freikugel, Physical Almighty. But it's when the moon is full that you must worry. When the moon is full, it will use its signature move, Vast Light, a powerful almighty attack that, at base, hits for 800 damage, and is undodgeable, but it costs 2 press turns, so it will do only that move in that turn. With my team, taking it at full power means death, so buffs and debuffs are mandatory, even if it does have the Kunda and the Kaja. Plus, it uses phase shift to speed up the moon phase to new, and I use that opportunity to rush with attacks. Once you deal 20,000 damage, phase 2 begins, and the real fight can now begin. Phase 1 was just a warm-up in comparison.
There it is.
In phase 2, the moon is always full, and the damage is always normal. It has 40,000 HP, and remember, buffs and debuffs are still applied, so take advantage of it. Also, on phase 2, Kagetsuchi loses the ability to use the Kaja, so your buffs will always be safe. But keep the debuffs on at all costs. If during a turn, Kagetsuchi talks, skipping his own turn in general, heal up and be sure your defense is at +4 and its attack is at -4. Why? His signature move, Vast Light, has upgraded itself into Infinite Light. It is the same as Vast Light, with double power. So with no buffs and debuffs, that thing hits for 1600 damage. If you don't have buffs and debuffs or endure, this is as good as an insta-kill, since your HP will never go above 999. The good thing is the move is always telegraphed, so you will know when it's gonna go for Infinite Light. Kagetsuchi does have a couple more upgrades. Not only has Dragon Eye, but its normal attack is now a multi-target move instead of single target, and I barely survived that turn when I got hit from it twice. I make Kagetsuchi reaching the low HP threshold, and it does manage to land a second Infinite Light. It does want to go for a third one turn later, but I decide to do something different.
Fine. Let's see what happens first. Me killing you, or you using Infinite Light? Place your bets, Kagetsuchi. Just for safety. And since I'm focused, I might as well punch you in the face. Well, wasn't a Freikugel kill, but this surely counts.
With Kagetsuchi dead, Lucifer shows up, telling us exactly what we have done. We've broken the cycle of death and rebirth of the world. Lucifer wants us to join his army against God, and decides to test us himself.
Let's make that not Fire Emblem Fates Conquest, please. But first, I must know the extent of the power of darkness you hold within. Behold the supreme power of darkness, created by none other than the Great Will himself. Well, the most dreaded moment in this run is about to come true. I would have said the literal devil would have created revelations, but whatever, I guess. Here we go. Oh boy.
Lucifer is by far one of the strongest bosses in the game, if not the strongest, only locked to the true demon ending. First of all, it has 65,535 HP and MP. It also has a 75% resistance to everything, Almighty included. The only way you'll deal good damage is with Demi-Fiend, with Pierce, and Freykugel. Apparent since at base value, a crit from Dante's Rebellion dealt only 151 damage. My team ended up being different than I originally planned. I wanted to go with the same team from the Ball Avatar fight, but I decided to keep your longer in to buff my defense and have a backup healer as Demi-Fiend lowers Lucifer's attack and then goes on DPS mode. I'm immediately introduced to Lucifer's normal attack, which is Par Almighty, undodgeable with a super high crit chance. Probably the most dangerous move in his arsenal. He also has fire, ice, and almighty magic at his disposal, but it gets much worse later. As a matter of fact, in a few turns, he unleashes his move Evil Gleam, a move with 60% charm chance, which for your longer turns into a 90% chance. Something I must get rid of because no way I want my snake to heal Lucifer with Meteorahin. Oh, but it gets worse. Once he starts using the move Hiking, a heavy almighty move that has a very high bind chance. From here, all of his magic attacks also get upgraded. This is the point of the fight where it all comes to a screeching halt. Because of Hiking and overall bad luck with receiving crits, with your longer bound, Demi-Fiend has to multitask, not just attacking. I could swap Sparna in to avoid bind from Hiking, but not only his defenses would be very low, he can't heal all party at once, so that wouldn't help me at all. The moment when he uses the Kaja on me, I knew things were going south, forcing me to stall even harder. Black Frost goes down as well, leaving a hole in my field, and I later decide to bring out Pixie, long enough to revive Black Frost at least. I stall for what felt like an eternity, until I decide to swap your longer with Wukong, to apply more buffs, while Demi-Fiend keeps the team afloat and Dante slowly chips away some HP bit by bit. My buff plan keeps getting interrupted by the Kaja, so Lucifer is getting under my skin right about now. Black Frost goes down again. I use iPixie to revive it, bring your longer back out again, and at this point I also start using the good items from my inventory. I mean, we're at the end of the game. When else am I supposed to use them? Despite getting my buffs cancelled almost constantly, I realized that maybe, hey, he wasted a turn doing it, so it might not be so bad after all. And then, we enter the endgame. You see it from a move called Root of Evil, a move that has more effect than a current generation Yu-Gi-Oh card. This move has 6 possible outcomes. It's either a 1, a 40% chance to cut your HP in half, 2, a 20% chance to cut your HP by 75%, 3, a 10% chance to cut your HP by 90%, and 4, 5, and 6, a 10% chance to either be poisoned, muted, or stunned, respectively. By the way, now you will use the Kunda and the Kaja even more frequently, and get this, you will have Megiddola on, as well as Diorama to heal. I was afraid he would have Diarahen, but he didn't, and now I know why. The version I'm playing, the normal Western edition of Nocturne, is considered the Japanese Maniacs edition. The version with Raido Kuzunoa in Dante's place is the Chronicles edition. In the latter version, on hard mode, Lucifer has 2 main differences. He has Diarahen that he is coded to use once after you deal 40,000 damage, resetting the fight, and Root of Evil not only has one of those 6 effects I previously mentioned, but also has a Dekaja effect. In Maniacs, I assume he lacks those 2 extra skills because Dante has no Pierce to counterbalance. This is just my theory anyway. As the fight progressed, I even got double Hiking in a single turn. something I survived only because I managed to debuff Lucifer's attack again. This is where I told myself, it's time to bring out the debilitate guns, so I called Rangda to help out. The debilitates helped, but his Dakunda sure didn't. No need to reiterate that. Thankfully, I was very stacked with items, so I had lots and lots of resources to stall if needed be. I also learned that a counter skill triggered will damage you if you're poisoned. I honestly didn't know that. I swapped Rangda with Nyx and carry on. It goes well for a while until Root of Evil got me with a 90% damage hit, but thankfully the next attack was from Dante. Even then, I still had Endure on. The overall lack of the Kunda and the Kaja from there, it is felt when a Freykugel, focused with no crit, dealt over 4,000 points of damage. Wukong dies to the poison, so I rushed to revive him. At this point, in my head, I'm regretting having discarded Avenge actually, because think about it, Avenge with Pierce, I didn't say this in the stream by the way, Avenge with Pierce would have helped so much with DPS. Lucifer then goes on a 4 attack spree, all 4 which being crits, costing Nyx her life, so Pixie is up and about again. Admittedly, I realized that Pixie may have been the key to get me out of this bind, since she can heal, and I can focus on damage again, dealing over 7,000 in one hit with a focus crit Freykugel. After a fight that lasted literally 1 hour, I know, I checked. Between highs and many lows, one last bullet was all I needed. There we go. Ow. Alright, come on. It's not over yet. In fact, I do believe that we might be close to the end. Okay, come on! Don't be hating on Wukong. He's a good boy. Doesn't have his defense down, but I want to try anyway. Come on. Yes! I cannot scream because I have people in the other room, but yes! Go to literal hell, you big son of a gun! Yes! Yes! I breathe a huge sigh of relief, watch the final cutscene unfold, and the credits roll as we march into the final battle against God. Well guys, it is official. I did manage to beat the entire game on hard mode without fusing demons at all. It was one heck of a journey, the span throughout the last 12 months between tech issues and whatnot. A very fulfilling journey, and I understand now the true appeal behind the idea of a challenge run from both the viewer's perspective as well as the players. And I want to thank you all so much for sticking with me until the very end of this adventure. It has been a pleasure and an honor to walk this path with you.
And with that, we have come to the conclusion of this series. Like I said at the very beginning, I should have done this a long time ago, but I never got to it, and I do apologize for that. Now, if I have timed everything right the way I wanted it to, the ending of this video will be as close as possible to midnight on the 31st of December 2023. And this allows me to wish you a happy new year, and let us hope that 2024 will give us everything we want to. That being said, This has been Bahama Raven, and I hope to see you once again very soon with a new video. Have a good one, drink responsibly, eat well, but most importantly, have fun doing anything you like. Peace out.